Hello in there.
Flight network.
Go network.
We're going to lose the color TV here for about 5 minutes while they rewind the recorder over in Building 8. You'll have black and white TV only.
Okay.
Channel 51.
Right. That's affirmative, Capcom.
Apollo 11, Houston, our recommendation for the ISA is to stow it back over the instrument panel, over.
Roger, will do.
That should happen about 6:05 flight.
Okay.
This transmission's been running about 54 minutes at this point.
Houston, we can make out the markings on the panel. We read System A, S in fuel, S in oxidizer, Quad 1, Quad 4. It's really unbelievable the definition we're getting down here off that little camera, over. We can even see the barber pole on the talkback. We can read the markings on the instruments for the glycol pressure, quantity, PCO2. Even read the scale on the 8-ball, over. Houston, we see the crossfeed barber pole, and we had the Velcro patches back up to the RCS systems now. We can see the markings on the meters, green and red bands, in limits. We see you raise the cover on the abort stage. We don't recommend that.
Yeah, we're going to tape that one over.
Right.
We're going to tape that one over.
We concur.
The restraints in here do a pretty good job of pulling my fence down.
Roger. We haven't quite got that before the 50 million TV audience yet. At 11, Houston, that's a good view of the 8-ball. We see you can even read the off flag there. You can see the signal strength meter for the radar, read the numbers on it.
Houston, did you want us to test the cameras in the LEM I was wondering about that. I saw it in the flight plan, but I'm just wondering if you want to do that on CSM power, or do you want us to take both of the 16mm cameras back into CSM and test them there? Over.
Stand by, Buzz.
As an alternative to that, why we could wait until LOI day and do it then when we transfer over to LEM power.
Roger, stand by. We'll have an answer.
That's department flight as well.
11, Houston, on that TV, our commentary, the monitor I was looking at was delayed about 12 seconds, 12 to 15 seconds while it went through our color converter. It was probably, you thought I was crazy, but we were looking at it 15 seconds after you broadcast it. 11,
We
Houston.
understood that, Charlie.
Okay, on the LEM cameras, so we'd like you to do it on LOI day with the LEM power, over.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
The black and white view that you're seeing now is the unconverted color picture as it comes down from the spacecraft. The flicker, of course, is taken out in the conversion process. We've now been receiving...
Houston, we're showing you something that came out of the commander's checklist stowage package. It's got a 16mm camera in it, and it's got this little cylinder, and I guess I don't understand what it is. Maybe you can tell us.
Roger, stand by. We can't figure it out either.
It's got an arrow on the back, and it says turn, but I'm afraid to turn it.
All right, 11, your friendly geologist says it's the camera crank, for the 16 sequence camera if it jams, over.
Oh, very well. Thank you.
I'm sure that's what it is, but we'll get the straight story on that. It is a new tool to use with the camera in case one of them off. Okay.
was here in the control center.
There's that word again, ancillary stowage container.
Roger.
Flight Network, you've got color TV again.
Roger, thank you.
We're back with the color.
Are you happy with all your systems down there? That's fine. How about you, GNC?
Well, the shades didn't quite hack it there, Buzz, over.
Houston 11, are you still getting high bit rate off the Omnis at this distance?
Stand by,
You don't
Mike.
expect to get high bit rate off the Omni, see? About 55% like PTC. You're saying about 55% of the time in PTC we're getting high bit rate off the Omni.
That's right.
Apollo 11 Houston, about 50% of the time we're getting high bit rate off the Omnis when you're in PTC, over.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I don't complain.
Still fine.
Really, what are we looking for MCC4 nowadays?
Right now we're showing 2 feet per second.
Okay.
Flight FAL.
Raphael?
His camera malfunction procedure. Describe how to use that tool.
Okay.
Apollo 11 Houston, Neil, at this attitude you look like you're about 12 feet long.
Seems like I always find myself upside down in whatever I'm doing around here.
Charlie, you'd like to see if you can get some comments and crew comfort with the hoses in there, the way they're circulating.
Apollo 11 Houston, could you give us a few comments on your crew comfort with the CSM hoses moving the air around, over?
Well, it's picking up a little bit of circulation in here.
What do you estimate the temperature is, Buzz, over?
Oh, I'd say maybe 73, 75.
Roger.
It's hard to tell at this density and pressure of gas, but comfort level is about the same as the command module. It's a little warmer, stuffier when we first got in, but it seems to be improving.
Houston copies out.
You may be able to see some
Go ahead.
some particles jumping around on your screen. That's just dust particles that are being eliminated by sun shafting in the window.
Roger, they're very clear now, over. And that's a good view of Neil's correction of Buzz's circuit breaker panel there.
I can just barely see the handrail on the front porch from this position on the right-hand window.
Roger. Houston, our view of the panel 11 gets brighter than darker. Are you changing the f-stop at all? Over.
Now what's happening is we get pretty close to the window now and then, and it drives the automatic light control into the stops, I think.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I had to switch on outside while I was going through the overhead window. That may be what's contributing to some of it.
Roger. Houston, we seem to be picking up a few bit more dust particles now. We see them quite clearly in the screen now. Over.
Yeah, I'm choking on one every so often.
Houston, your show is going out to the U.S. now. We're about to get the satellite up, and it'll be transmitted to some other countries after that. Over.
Roger. I'm checking out this window bracket where I'll be putting it for the EVA pictures of Neil going down the ladder.
Roger. Apollo 11, Houston, we keep marveling about the color and the clarity of the picture. It's really difficult to describe it, so it's just perfect. Over. And 11, it doesn't look like you're having too much trouble with that bracket up there, Buzz.
I tell you, those new knobs really make it easy to twist the thing and get it cinched down quite tight.
Right. Houston, Buzz, how does the alignment look there?
Looks pretty good, as well as I can tell. Without the gear extended, I can't get a real definitive answer, but you couldn't fix it to any place to see much more out of the window without hand holding it for the whole time.
Roger, it looks like to us it's going to work real well.
Enough room to, yeah, I think so.
And Buzz, we see you putting your window guard in place there, and back up to the ISA now.
Houston, ask FAO if the 90-degree bracket isn't stowed in the commander's stowage assembly.
Stand by. Call 11, Houston. Buzz, you still looking for that 90-degree bracket, over?
Yeah, he is looking for it now.
Roger, we'll have a word for you in just a moment.
GNC flat. GNC flat. Like we might
My monitor shows a pretty good clear picture from this angle. Now we found the 90-degree bracket.
Roger, Neil. It's really a super picture. We've got the ACA, your ACA, the good picture of the throttle, the 90-degree bracket. We see the start your handles, and now over to the bracket.
That's about the position we'll be putting the camera in after the initial descent down the ladder. And it'll be taking 1 frame a second for most of the EVA.
Houston, copies out. That's a real good view of that camera.
our monitor is a little bit wavy, so it's hard for us to tell when we've got a steady picture for you.
11, we have no complaints at all. We don't see that waviness on our picture. It's just really great, over.
Do the edges of the window look like straight lines to you?
That's affirmative.
Okay, they don't in our monitor, and that leads us to make some corrections to the camera, which probably aren't required sometimes.
11, we have no complaints at all. It's a magnificent picture.
We've been receiving television now from the spacecraft for about an hour and 20 minutes. Apollo 11, presently 177,000 miles from Earth.
What was that, Buzz, you're chasing down?
That was me picking up some particles of paint that were floating through the air in front of the camera there.
Right, Neil, we got it. Appears to us that Neil's about to check the Velcro map there. Okay, Buzz, we see the card up now.
Okay, for those of you that don't know, this is where we log most of our data for each of the 11 maneuvers. And we have another card like this. It's the timeline book that we place down on the table in front of the data display keyboard. And it's on this timeline that we have all our procedures. We obviously have to hold these in place in 0G, so we make use of the Velcro patches on the back and on the table. So we can attach these down here. And then we just turn the pages over when we go to new sequences in our timeline of procedures.
Roger.
And we're ready to copy DOI pad.
Right, we'll have the FIDOs work that one up for you momentarily. Houston, that was a good shot of panel 2. Now we got panel 3 in view with the temp monitor switch. The station and control panel we see now with the mode control switches. Now over to the rendezvous radar. Real good. 11, that's a real good camera work.
probably the most unusual position a cameraman's ever had, hanging by his toes from a tunnel and taking a picture upside down.
Roger, well, you're doing a super job. We got a good view of the cross pointer there. Had a good view of the tape meter.
We're giving you a picture now of the floor of the cabin. I think you can see the one of the two portable life support systems backpacks here in the center, and on each side we have the two helmet visors. I'll remove one of them and show you a little closer view of what this looks like.
Roger.
Inside the helmet visors are the EVA gloves with the blue tips. I'll not take those out now.
Roger, Buzz, that's a great shot now that we're getting of the helmet, the EVA visor, and also the EVA gloves in the background.
Okay, you did say this was going out now, didn't you?
Stand by, I think so. You got a pretty big audience. It's live in the U.S., it's going live to Japan, Western Europe, and much of South America. Everybody reports very good color. Appreciate the great show.
Roger, understand. Thank you.
Well, that was a good demonstration of your EVA visor assembly. Appreciate it. Al, that's a good view of Mr. Collins down there. We finally see him again.
Hello there, Earthling.
Hello there. Hi, 11 Houston. We noticed when you were scanning over panels 2 a moment ago, 1 and 2, the 2 8 balls were slightly in disagreement. Control said he'd like to axe a line there.
Yeah, one of them's ags, one of them's things. The problem is we don't know whether to line eggs to pigs or pigs to eggs.
Stand by. Hi, 11. Chris said he can tell you.
What cage are both?
Right.
Cycle home week, Charlie, to get back in the lab again.
Right. I can imagine.
The traverse from the bottom of the FEM to the aft bulkhead of the command module must be about 16-20 feet. It's not a disorienting one at all, but it's most interesting to contemplate just pushing off from one and bounding on into the other vehicle all the way through the tunnel.
Right, must be some experience. Is Collins going to go in and look around?
We're willing to let him go, but he hasn't come up with the price of the ticket yet.
Right. I'd advise him to keep his hands off the switches.
If I can get him to keep your hands off my disc, it'll be a fair swap.
Roger.
That's why I've been eating so much today. I haven't had anything to do. He won't let me touch it anymore.
Right.
It appears now that we have a view of Earth out the window.
11 Houston, if that's not the Earth, we're in trouble.
That's the Earth, and we have a very good view of it today. There are a few more cloud bands on than yesterday when we beamed down to you, but it's a beautiful sight.
And that description from Neil Armstrong.
We have some horizontal banding in our TV monitor. Are we transmitting that to you, or do you have a clear picture?
Neil, we have a very clear picture. The only thing that we see is a little white dot in the bottom of our screen, which is, our TV guys say is an apparently a burned out spot in the camera, but it should come back. Over.
Roger, we have that in our monitor also.
Houston, we do have 3 lines across our TV. I thought it was just a transmission problem, but everybody's telling me now that it probably is on the downlink. Over.
Now, those are the same 3 ones that we have.
Okay.
How far out are we now, Charlie?
Stand by, I'll give you an exact figure.
Fido AFD, how far out are we? 170.
Notice the difference between yesterday and today. This is as large an image as we can give you.
Roger, it's distinctly smaller. You're now 177,000 miles out, over.
That's nautical miles.
That's affirmative. 11 weeks. Go ahead, over. Houston, we see still see the banding along the intertropical convergence. I guess the most predominant one has around the around the equator, or slightly north of the equator.
Yeah, that's the way it looks, Charlie. Same as yesterday.
All right.
Keep the Pacific Ocean nice and clear and calm on Flash Day. That's all we ask.
And Charlie, I'd like to say hello to all my fellow scouts and scatters at Farragut State Park in Idaho. They're having the National Jamboree there this week, and Apollo 11 would like to send them best wishes.
Thank you, Apollo 11. I'm sure that if they didn't hear that, they will get the word through the news. Certainly appreciate that. Houston, we have you, your sub-spacecraft point is just off the western coast of South America, directly south of about Mexico City, over.
That looks like what we observed from here. And we're going to turn our TV monitor off now for a short bit while we have some other work to do. Apollo 11 signing off.
Roger, 11. Thank you very much. That was one of the greatest shows we've ever seen. We sure appreciate it, over.
It's a pleasure.
This is Apollo Control. That television transmission lasted about 1 hour 36 minutes, according to our first rough calculation. During that period of time, the spacecraft traveled something over 2,000 nautical miles.
Capcom flight.
Go fine. Go fine.
Charlie, can you get some feel for when they intend to start closing out in the limb now?
Roger.
And after that, that'll more or less allow us to start gauging when we want to start PTC and get our water dump and a few other things we want to get done.
Okay, how about the update to these data cards? They're going to have those back in there.
Yeah, let's wait till we get back into the CSM.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. Could you give us an idea of about how long it'll be before you start closing the limb back up, over?
We've got a little more work to do up there, Charlie, we're going to make sure that we have everything transferred around and stowed the way we want to try to get a little bit ahead on our timeline. I suppose that we could be out of there in another half hour or so if it was necessary.
Roger, Neil. We're not trying to push you. We're just trying to get an idea of about water dumps and starting up the PTC again. Take your sweet time, over.
Okay, we'd like to get a flight plan update from you for the next couple hours here when you think what the various constraints might be and what order you might like us to do things.
Roger, stand by. We'll have that to you in a moment. Flight Capcom.
This is Apollo Control at 56 hours, 51 minutes. Buzz Aldrin has now been in the lunar module. for a little over an hour and 13 minutes. We estimate that Neil Armstrong has perhaps been in the LEM about 15 or 20 minutes less than that. Due to the length of that television transmission, the change of shift press conference has been canceled. The participants were unable to wait for the duration of the press conference with other duties, and the press conference has been canceled. At 56 hours, 52 minutes, this is Apollo Control.
FL.
Ecom. Ecom AFD, go ahead. Yeah, we need to do a water dump here about any time. It's convenient. And dump it to zero and we'll watch it and turn it off about zero. And that'll take us through well past all lines for the next water dump. And this has been coordinated with FIDO.
Okay. Capcom. Capcom AFD.
Go ahead.
Did you copy Ecom?
No.
We'd like to go ahead and do a water dump
Now?
Yeah, to 0.
To 0? Yeah, I'm going to watch it for him. Okay. Hello, Paul 11, Houston. Mike, we'd like to go ahead and do a wastewater dump. We'd like you to dump it all the way down to 0, over.
Roger, we copy that, Charlie. How did that work, Charlie?
FAO AFD, Roger, Luke. Go AFD. Roger. Tom, have you got the list of items that we want the crew to do now in the next couple of hours for the sleep period?
No, we're working on that. The only thing we know now is the water dump.
Okay.
We've already started that. What they want to do is how long they can stay in, and
Yeah, I think they want a plan of all of our activities or request of them in the next couple of hours so they can plan their activities around it.
We need to get back.
Go ahead.
Roger, the crew called once. It was kind of broken, but they did call.
Okay. 11, Houston, did you call over?
Oh, Roger, just noticed that the mast that the EVA light is on is charred brown. It looks as though it took quite a beating during launch.
Oh, Roger.
The EVA light still does work.
Roger, we'll let the span guys look at this. We'll be back with you with our what we think. Over.
Okay.
ECOM AFD, did you copy that?
That's fine.
ECOM AFD.
Go ahead.
Yeah, John, is there anything else you're going to be wanting now in a couple of hours? Any purging or anything that you've got scheduled?
I know the next purge is 69 hours, so this water will take care of it.
FAO AFD, go ahead.
There's the only activity we could come up with was the water dump, which he's already doing, and we'd like to get back in PTC about 58 hours.
Do you feel like he's going to provide another TV transmission?
I don't, but I'm not sure of that.
Houston, we were wondering, Neil, with your closing comment on the TV that you were going to turn it off. It indicated you might be considering turning it back on. We were wondering whether we want to keep the lines up. Over.
Well, we want your recommendation on that. I think we would just as soon ourselves terminate the TV, but if you have a commitment to keep, we'd be more than willing to turn it back on.
Roger, stand by.
Flight.
Neil says he'd be willing to turn the TV on if we want him to, but that's an hour and a half worth. Okay. Okay. We're looking at PTC at about 58 hours?
Affirmative, Charlie.
Okay.
GNCASD, Flight Director Luke.
Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like to terminate the TV. We think we got a good tape. That hour and a half show was superb. And we'd like to pick up PTC at about 58 hours, over.
Roger. PTC at 58 hours.
And we'll have the remaining functions in the flight plan soon, over.
Okay, fine.
Ecom ASD, Flight Director Luke.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, John, do you have any updates as far as the comms?
This is Apollo Control at 57 hours, 3 minutes. The decision, as you heard, relayed up to the crew there that we would go into the passive thermal control mode with the spacecraft in a slow roll at 58 hours in the flight plan. Would rule out further television for today. I would also like to repeat that the change of shift press conference for the previous shift was canceled due to the length of that television transmission. And we do expect to have a change of shift briefing following this shift, probably between 11:30 and 12 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At the present time, Apollo 11 is 178,236 nautical miles from Earth, and the velocity has dropped down now to 3,146 feet per second. At 57 hours, 4 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
I get you. I didn't set a check. Mr. Timely's gone into that up to this point.
Apollo 11, Houston, our recommendations on the activities for the next hour or so as far as flight plan goes are continue your limb familiarization as desired until about 58 hours, then ingress to the CSM, close the hatch, and establish PTC shortly thereafter, over.
Capcom, terminate the water dump.
And Apollo 11, Houston, terminate the water dump, over.
All right, thanks. Okay, water dump being terminated now.
Go ahead, GNC. That's RCS usage. So 4 to 5 pounds. 4 to 5 pounds? All right, that's from the time we went into the attitude hole until now. Yes, thank you.
Hey, network, Capcom.
Go ahead, Capcom.
Hey, Ernie, did McCandless really want this stupid TV monitor?
I was told one of the crews did.
It's about to drive us berserk.
Okay.
And I would like it removed, but I've only got 1/3 vote.
Yeah, would you pulse the other two guys? And if you all want it out, we can take it out. We can either leave it in or take it out, but we can't bring it back and forth.
Can you get black and white on this thing, too? Or it's just color?
On that one?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what it is.
Just
I
color.
could check.
I got the guy coming out. It's just color.
Okay.
Well, now, wait a minute. I got a bet with Tyndale. I don't believe it.
Tell him if he bets with me.
Capcom FAL.
Go ahead, FAL.
The people are back in the back room with the camera and give us a demonstration on how to use that tool, if you'd like.
Go ahead.
We have a camera and that tool in the back room. If you Capcoms would like to see a demonstration of how that thing's used.
I'm sorry. I'm listening to him in one ear and you in another one.
We have that a camera and that tool in the back room. If you Capcoms would like to watch.
I'd like to go see
Okay,
it.
we're going to go do that in about 5 minutes. Flight FAL.
Go FAL.
MIT and Math Physics has recommended that we update the Delta H computer for the P-23 sighting. And guidance has got the numbers.
Okay. That's from their P-23 stuff they did, right?
That's affirmative.
FAL, Flight Plan 1.
Go on.
You might also, if you want, pass up to Mike what Saley was saying, that he'd made real great marks on the horizon.
Okay.
Just, I guess, to pat him on the back or something.
The second series was real good, huh?
Yeah, and I think, according to what Frank's saying, everything except the first star in the first series was good.
The first mark in the first star? Oh.
First 3 marks, I guess, on the first star. And
Yes.
the first series,
Of the first batch?
right.
Okay.
That's right. Even though the data coming out of it, the actual angle measured was still great.
Okay. Flight FAL.
Go FAL.
And just the MIT and Math Physics people also say that the piece of information that the sightings he made both days turned out to be real great.
How about that?
Both days? Not all of them on the first day. The first star wasn't very good, but the rest of them was okay.
Flight Plan 1 FAL.
Go ahead, Hale.
I'm going to come back there and look at that camera now.
All right.
Flight FAL.
GNC, Capcom, Mocha 1.
A little while ago, what?
Sure, go ahead.
Use that tool on that 16
Hey, Buck, you on? GNC, Capcom. Hello.
Flight guy.
You reading me? Mocha 1?
In reference to this Delta H update, we have verified the address and the scaling for the new number.
Try it now.
Oh, hey, yeah. Hey, it looks like we're going to be starting at PTC the same way we did last night, so let's make sure we got our story straight again. So we don't blow it.
Roger. Still recommend that we start at RHC locked.
Okay.
That's the reason why we're looking from the grab.
Okay.
GNC procedures, Mocha Systems 1.
Procedures, go ahead.
Hey, Bud.
Yes.
Yes, Paps.
Raj.
Ready.
Procedure CFM prop on Mocha Systems 1.
Head prop.
Hey, on this TISPAP thing, we might be able to help you out a little if you'll either have them call us or you call us, and you don't have to bother GNC.
Okay, on this loop, okay?
Yeah, either that or... Yeah, okay.
It'll get to you.
Okay.
Okay, just call your prop or GNN.
Yeah, either one of us. Doesn't make any difference.
Okay, we'll take care of it.
If you want to, you can just have a computer call us. That's the way it used to be done in the past.
Yeah, they'd rather call up here.
Okay.
So we'll go that way.
Yeah, but go ahead and call us because there's no sense bugging GNC. Sometimes you can't get him.
Roger, we'll do.
Okay.
Mr. Flight. How are you doing in generating that Delta H update?
Okay, Flight, I'll be ready here in just a moment. I'll
Okay.
do it with a disky. It's only a couple of cells.
Okay, as soon as you finish there, I'd like to get together with you and G&C and go over the last P52 we got and talk about any further updates. I want to find out what the results of the last P52 were.
Houston, follow 11. 11, Houston, go ahead. Roger, Houston. I'd like to do a P52 option 3 and tweak the platform up prior to starting the CTC, over. Roger, 11, stand by.
Guidance and GNC see no reason why we shouldn't do a P52 and tweak up the platform?
Fine, Flight.
Fine, go ahead.
11, Houston, that sounds like a good idea to us. Go ahead. Okay, the platform's looking pretty good to me. Looks like the worst axis drift is 0.01 something degrees per hour. Is that about what you figured? 11, Roger. We've had reports all the marks have been good all the last couple times you've run them. Just a moment, I'll get you some information on the apparent drift rates. Okay, Owen, thank you.
Tell you what, Owen, why don't we let them go through the P52
You got the
and we'll give
maroons
them an update on that.
Second, 11. I say you got the maroons on now? Not permanently here, Mike. We just have a standby here while Charlie's out checking how to use that special tool on a camera. The maroon team will be on tomorrow. Okay, nice to hear your voice. How's everything going? Everything's going smoothly here. We sure enjoyed the show this afternoon, Mike. Okay.
Let's see, Flight, you wanted to let him go ahead and do the 52 first?
Yeah, why don't you go do the 52 first? We'll take a look at the torquing angles and compute new drift rates.
Okay, good.
11, Houston, we suggest you go ahead and do the P52 first, and we'll take a look at the angles and give you some new drift rates after taking a look at them, over. All right, fair enough.
2 in progress, flight.
Roger. Guidance GNC, you watching this B-52 here?
Roger, flight is marking on the first start.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Go ahead, 11 here.
11 Houston, a little information to you there, CDR. We've all taken a momentary brief respite from our work here to have some special, have a bite of special moon cheese that is, I understand it, been sent to us directly from Wapakoneta.
Wow. Congratulations.
Your own hometown, over.
We can't pronounce it either.
I think you'll enjoy that. They make a fine brand of cheese.
Roger there, and I'll polish up the grammar for the next trip.
Houston 11, you're looking at the noon 93, and I'll proceed when you copy them.
We have a flight.
You have them, guidance?
Fine.
Okay, Capcom, we've got them.
11 Houston, we've got them.
Okay.
Capcom, 5.
Go fine.
Charlie, I don't know if you followed this, but those P-23s they did in day 1 and day 2, they got enough data out of them to come up with a new Delta H update, and we'll be uplinking to the CNC shortly a new value, Delta HY is 35 kilometers.
Roger. Gene, I copied that from a moment ago.
Okay.
Torquing complete, flight.
Roger. As soon as you see him get through there with the 52 guidance, let me know.
He's doing a start check now.
Yeah. Have you got that load ready? Control from flight.
He's off the console right now, if I can have him.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I don't see any block data going up. I assume that we have none prior to going into the sleep period here?
Let me confirm that.
Okay.
Okay, just went to poo flight.
Okay. You want poo and accept?
Right.
Capcom, could we get poo and accept, please? And we'll give him this Delta H update.
Is that all we got for him?
I believe that's all. Right, guidance?
Right, flight. I'll catch his in-flight up to date in a minute when I get a pad written up for him. These are two values that need to be changed. His in-flight loads also.
Okay.
Hello, Apollo 11 Houston. We'd like poo and accept. We have a Delta H update for you, over.
All right, Charlie, 211.
Roger, I was wondering if you have any block data go up to the crew here prior to the sleep period. I don't see any in the flight time.
That's negative, flight. No block data tonight.
Roger.
Houston, Apollo 11, poo and accept.
Got it, flight.
Roger.
Okay. Plotting the drift rates as we go through the various P-52s here. Both prior to and after we got the compensation first updated. Yes, we are.
Since the update, first time we had back-to-back P-52s I've requested that we put another one in prior to doing the P-52s in Atlanta side. That's tomorrow. So we'll have
Okay. Okay, can you show me your plot sometime this afternoon or evening?
Sure.
Okay, your convenience.
Flight Capcom.
Go, Capcom.
A question on this starting PTC again with GNC, I guess. Are our rates good enough now to omit the 20-minute wait period? Or are we going to have to do that much?
Flight guidance. They're pretty good now, Charlie.
Okay.
I think all guidance.
Uplink complete.
Okay, computers is Capcom.
Roger. Apollo 11 Houston, we got the load in. The computer's yours, over.
Go, GNC.
Houston, Roger.
Even though he's gone through the first couple steps of the PTC procedure, I'd recommend starting with RH3 launch again.
Roger, I'd like to start from scratch, too. It's amazing. I've had that book open so many times to the PTC procedure, it opens itself.
If I recall correctly, we start at verb 49.
GNC, you got any feeling there? GNC compliant. Go ahead. Where you want to start? Bird 49 there? Page 96. Yes.
Okay, what quad should we disable if we have to do that? Because you want...
He already has 2 disabled.
He has, okay.
Can you talk here?
Yeah, just a minute. Hi, Tom.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi.
You been swimming?
Mama.
You went swimming some? You eating supper?
Hi.
Bye.
How's everything going?
Fine. Did you see the TV?
Did I see the TV?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it's supposed to come on at 6:30?
It's already over now. It's already over. I didn't have a chance to call you. You might turn it on and get the news. It'll be some of it on the news, I'm sure.
Well, why'd they change it?
Well, they went into the limb early, and they had all of the TV on the limb. It was really great.
Oh, that makes me sick. I just got in about 15 minutes ago and turned the TV on.
Oh, really?
Went out so I could get back in time for it.
Oh, that's too bad. I tried to call you, but didn't have a chance to.
Yeah, during the limb
It was good, and you see enough of it. It was a lot of repetition, but it was all inside mostly.
I'd like to go ahead and clear the tanks now.
Showing the limb?
The limb, yeah, they took the camera in the limb. It was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Looks all right. We'll stir on front
No,
of
you can see some of it, I'm sure. Watch Cronkite. He probably shows some.
Cronkite's on there.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Just local news.
Oh, really?
They come on, Cronkite.
Convenient for both O2 and H2, correct, Econ?
That's for what? Okay, fans on. That's O2 and all 4 fans on. Right. Use the normal stir procedure. Just tell him to stir them and he'll know what to do. Okay.
Oh, Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to stir up the crowds now, over. Houston, Apollo 11, roger.
Back again.
Okay. I don't think they're going to show any of this because they've already talked about the program and stuff. So.
That's too bad. Well, maybe they'll show it at 10 tonight. You should watch it at 10 then, okay?
Yeah,
it was good. Good show. How y'all doing? How's your day?
I just went and got some more shrimp. I'll put some more.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
How much were they?
They've got 6 cents a pound now.
Oh, how many pounds you buy?
All they had was 18.
18 pounds?
Mm-hmm.
Golly. At the Henry's?
Yeah.
How much were they on the boat?
I didn't even go over that because I figured,
I talked to everybody in Denver, and they were really excited about us coming and all, so it sounds like a great time.
Oh, God. We do got transportation now.
Yeah, they will make some arrangements. I talked to Wally. Wally called me from I called Wally, and he was in New York, and he called me back, and they said that if we can't get anybody from here to take us up, John King will send an airplane. He said, no problem on the transportation. Said it's all. They put in the whole bill. Said it's really nice. Said it's really going to be a good time.
Oh, good. Who else is going to go from here?
The last one's in going in. If they can get a babysitter, and also Hold on a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Back again.
Okay.
Chuck Berry's over here screaming into the microphone at the Hong Kong, at the Hornet flight surgeon. Hello, Hornet flight. And Fendel and I've been there. We've just really been, for 2 days, we've been bugging him about this.
Who's Hornet flight surgeon?
There's a guy that sits out in the Hornets, the rest recovery ship, and they got some doc out there that, yeah. Ed Fendel says his name is Florence Jernigan.
A girl?
No, it's Clarence Jernigan is who he meant.
Oh.
Florence.
Mm-hmm.
So, but really sounded like a great time. So a big ball planned, and on Thursday night, and Friday night's free. But hi, Jerry. Friday night's free, and then Saturday night is a big dance, a lot of entertainment, a lot of band. So it really sounds great.
It does sound good.
Yeah. So
I told Sue we were going, but she didn't say anything about sitting.
Yeah. Well, I'd maybe you could ask for Dawn. They're probably about the only ones I would think we could really ask.
Yeah. Maybe they'd go away sometime. I'll call her and see what she says.
So, what else y'all do today? You get your thing signed? Did you take it by now?
No, I didn't. I didn't get out until just a little while ago.
Yeah.
I went to mail a package. I got to take a nap this afternoon. It just got too late. So.
Okay. How was this swimming?
Fine. I had a good time swimming. They enjoyed it.
Oh, sorry you missed it, did you?
Yeah, I did. Next time you'll have time, so you can get somebody to call you. Call me for you.
Did you see, did you get the mail, brother?
Yeah.
Oh, I got us an airplane, $20 an hour from Houston Beechcraft. I called Stu Aitner. That's probably the best deal. Talked to Mike Watkins, and that's really the best deal. Be the same type we had going up to Missouri. And so,
where's it leave from?
Right out here.
Oh, from here?
Hobby, yeah.
Oh, good.
So we just leave, get airborne about 8. We can leave Saturday, Friday morning from the house about 7. And we'd be airborne by 8 o'clock. And it takes probably 4 hours into...
Where can you lay in Atlanta?
DeKalb, Peachtree.
Okay, good.
So...
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah, really exciting. Bev Wash just got back today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've been sitting in Tallahassee for 2 days.
Why?
Well, that guy doesn't have an instrument rating, and the weather's been too bad to come back to VFR, so that's where they still down there, as a matter of fact.
What, you mean the weather stayed down there? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it's cloudy, so he can't fly in the clouds, so he doesn't have an instrument rating, so they've been sitting in Tallahassee for 2 days, and finally Bev just left them and came back commercial.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's a shame. Why didn't you just stay?
Well, I don't know. Much wanted to get back with a baby and all.
Yeah.
Back here,
Oh, that's a shame. Yeah. You should get an instrument rating if you have an airplane. That's stupid.
He's going to get Mike's, and he'll probably get one after this.
Yeah, I suppose he will.
Alrighty. Well, we'll see. Any mail?
Nothing, Bill. I noticed you have all your money left in the bank. Don't you cash the check? And...
More bills?
Well, I don't know. They look kind of like that kind of, well, there's nothing interesting anymore.
I wrote over $300 worth today. My account, well, I was going to transfer some from my savings account.
You got $18 left now, I guess. So I paid $50 today.
And we needed some money. So I get some money transferred to our savings account, from our savings account. All right?
Okay. That's if I can afford to have appointment over the I might just come back.
Oh. Yeah, we can. I think you can. I should be able to cut some. I tell you what, I'll cut it in the morning, though. Okay?
Oh, I do spend all the time doing that. I just want to see you, you know.
Well, I think like this morning out there, and we didn't really say that much.
No, I might go swing in tomorrow if you don't have to go on.
Well, let me get up. I'll just get up about 8 and run out and cut the front in the morning. And then we can go swimming tomorrow about 9.
I thought you were going to work at 1.
No, about 2.
Well, they closed it then,
For how long?
Till 2.
Is it really?
Well,
all right, we can go in the morning and I'll come back and cut the grass.
well, we'll see. They don't open till 10 anymore. Well, I just hate for you to cut the grass, you know, when you're home.
Oh, well, don't mind. You don't have the kids, do you?
Come on, we see what they say.
All right. Y'all be sweet. We'll see you later, love.
Okay, there's nothing else interesting going on tonight, is there?
No. Well, hold on, let me check.
Econ, did they stir their cryos yet? Econ flight.
Still flight.
Did they stir their cryos yet?
That's firm flight.
How's it looking?
Looks like
We're going to come to bed about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and there's nothing scheduled up.
Before then.
Yeah, so you'll probably have to just catch the TV at home.
Yeah. They had just announced Joe Namath sold his restaurant going back to baseball.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I knew that. Yeah.
You know that.
Okay. We'll see you later. It sounds like we're going to have a great time up in Denver.
Oh, it does.
Get
That's
somebody to get the kids.
This is great.
We'll take the tennis rackets and everything. So we
You think you're any time?
Oh, yeah. If I won't play golf all day long, and they got lots of tennis courts up there. Wally said it's just really great up there.
Oh, that's good. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I always wish we could take the kids too, but it's a good deal.
I just don't know.
Mm. Yeah, it'd be kind of hard.
This is Apollo Control at 57 hours 44 minutes. We've had no further reports from the crew to indicate whether or not Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin have returned to the command module. And I guess that would answer our question. Neil Armstrong reporting that they're finished with their work in the LEM will be coming out shortly. Apollo 11 is now 179,490 nautical miles from Earth, traveling at a speed of 3,121 feet per second. In a little less than 3 hours, we'll pass a milestone of sorts as the spacecraft passes into the lunar sphere of influence. And what we mean by that is that at that point, the spacecraft will be under the dominant influence of the moon's gravity. The moon's gravitational force will have the predominant effect on the trajectory of the spacecraft. And at that point, our displays in mission control monitoring velocity and altitude will switch from Earth reference to moon reference. We'll then begin monitoring the progress of the spacecraft as it continues to accelerate toward the moon. At 57 hours, 46 minutes, this is Apollo Control.
Duke. Is Bruce in?
No, he hasn't called yet.
He hasn't, huh? Okay, I'll call over at the office then. Will you have him call me if I miss him? Would you have him call me when he comes home?
I sure will.
Thank you very much.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
Go ahead, GNC.
Any idea when they're going to start to spin?
No, I assume it'll be pretty shortly now. We got the indications of LEM heater current. Crews advised that they've closed out the power. Expect it'll be momentarily. You got something you want to pass up, Phil?
Hello, is this Alfred?
I'm Gay, Charlie Duke.
Yeah, hi.
Bruce McCandless here.
I don't think so. Let me check. Yeah, he's gone.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Right,
GNC?
Very good plot, 65.
Okay. When did we make the update to the compensation term? Around 30 hours?
31 hours.
Okay.
Flight just a short time interval between milestone lines. Latest data point here is not particularly accurate.
Yep. Is that last data point the one you plotted up there right now? About 1.7 meters?
1.65.
Okay, how about the Y and Z?
Last point on that, 1.9.
Yeah. Okay, how about Z?
Z is hanging in pretty good on all.
Sure is. Very good. Why don't you work out a short briefing on the status of the rigs and if Capcom can relay on to the crew just general note of interest if they express an interest in it.
Okay, we'll do it like
Roger. How's your cold?
it's improving.
Are the doctors treating you or are you trying to stay away from them?
Flight surgeon.
Go, Surgeon.
Roger, I do want to see you later on to follow up.
Okay. Still sore.
Is it? Is it getting bigger?
That's not the name.
GNC Capcom, open one.
Right, Capcom.
Hey, Buck, okay, we wanted to call Vert 49. We wanted to load first we want to call 1620, load copy those down into a Vert 49, load the actuals into the desired, and do proceed, and then an enter, and then go to step 6, right? Set attitude hold.
Okay, Capcom, what I'd recommend is starting with the Vert 49 and just do every step. We're dead-banding around that attitude right now, so it's doing the weight down at the bottom isn't really affecting any.
Okay, when he calls the Vert 49, does he get the present CDUs flashing at him? See, his first display in the Vert 49 is the 0622. And the 22 is the desired location. Now 22 is desired, isn't it?
Capcom GNC, yeah, that's right.
Go ahead. So he's got to call up 1620 first, or 0620, either one, to find out what his actuals are. It appears to me.
Right.
You can copy those down and call Vert 49 and proceed right through that as nominal. But we don't have to wait the 20 minutes, right?
Right now. On the 0622, what he reads there should be what he's copied down. Should be his dead-banding about that same attitude.
Happy to provide advise at their convenience, so we'll stand by and monitor the start of their PTC.
Flight, that's just what GNC and I were talking about. Make sure we got our signal straight here.
Okay.
We're on local 1 if you want to.
Okay.
Back again, Buck. Okay, he copies down. Okay. Yeah, he shouldn't have to change any of that stuff when he calls the Vert 49 since the desired. Let me ask you a question. Does a noun 22 of those slots with the desired initial attitude the same as we had back before when we started the PTC last night? That's true, isn't it? Stand by 1, I got a phone call in. Stand by.
Hey, Charlie, Bruce, you were looking for me?
Yeah, Bruce. I'd like to know if you got any objections to hauling this monitor out of here from behind the Capcom console. It's useless.
No, I don't.
Okay, we'd like to take it out. It's terrible. The color's horrible, and the black and white's no good, and I can't ever get it adjusted. So if you don't want it, we're gonna have it moved out. Okay?
Okay. Let's see. We can see the black and white on channel 51 or whatever on our little TV screens, and it looks a lot clearer than this monitor. Yeah. Okay, I tell you what, all it involves is just connecting one cable and putting it in the back room, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, then why don't you go ahead, and if we need it back for anything, well, we can bring it back, I guess.
Fine. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
GNC, I'm back again. Sandy, Cam. Network Capcom.
Good, Capcom.
Hey, would you have TV come and haul this thing out, please?
You have a consensus of opinion.
That's right.
Now. Okay.
GNC Capcom.
Okay, Charlie.
Yeah.
If you'll pick up the Vert 49 You'll get the flashing 0622, just hit proceed, since he already has the right values loaded and final, and then just take each step as he goes down through here. Okay, and then
Are we sure about that now? He has got the final values loaded correctly?
Well, he loaded final when he came out of PTC. Okay, and he's been holding on that ever since.
Charlie, this is FAO. Yeah, that's right. See, he maneuvered to this attitude with the Vert 49 to do the TV thing earlier.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
So this Vert 49, going to proceed on the 0622. Okay. Go through the 5018, then he'll have to do the enter after the next 5018, even though he doesn't actually maneuver.
Okay, no wait period, right?
Right, and by the time he gets to there, we'll give you a go on the race.
Okay. Like we're ready to start the PTC, I guess.
Capcom AFD. Okay, we got everything squared away this time?
Hopefully. I'm pretty sure we're agreed.
Okay.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We're standing by to watch your start up on the PTC at any time. You can start off at the Vert 49. Over.
Wilco, we're just finishing up the probe and about to close up the hatch here. We're going to be a couple minutes late, probably getting started in the PTC.
Roger, no sweat, 11. We're standing by. Over.
This is Apollo Control. That was Neil Armstrong reporting that they are now reinstalling the probe and drogue, which is just about on the flight plan schedule. And they reported that they would be putting the spacecraft in a slow roll shortly to maintain passive thermal control. In that mode, the spacecraft rotates at a rate of about 3 revolutions per hour to maintain even heating. We have a precise time on that sphere of influence change, the point at which the moon, for calculation purposes here in mission control, comes under the predominant influence, the spacecraft comes under the predominant influence of the moon's gravitational field. And we now calculate that that event will occur at 61 hours, 39 minutes, 55 seconds ground elapsed time.
Fido. Fido AFD.
AFD, I'd like to get a check point.
Roger. Stand by one on that checkpoint. No, let's go ahead and get it now before I start the PTC. Right.
Okay, all flight controllers, looks like he's starting to pick up his PTC here, guidance, GNC, and FAO. Let's watch him get started.
Flight Fido.
Bill Fido.
Head checkpoint's complete.
Roger.
Okay, apparently he's already proceeded out of the Ford 49.
Roger.
Can he proceed on through the procedure now, GNC?
That's affirmative, Captain.
Okay.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. Mike, there's no wait required. Where rates are steady, you can proceed on, over. I'm good, that's right. Roger. The tunnel is all secure, the road probe and hands all back in. Roger, copy out.
Flight computer soup.
No computer soup.
Yes, sir. We plan to take version 63 down on this dynamic standby computer at 2400.
Roger. Looks like we got it that time, GNC. How's it looking? Looks good here, Mike. Yep. Contingency. Roger. Capcom flight.
No.
Charlie, did you give him the update to the E-load?
No, I sure haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all flight controllers, let's start going around the horn and picking up anything else we need prior to giving these guys clearance to at least start their rest period, maybe a couple hours early tonight, but I see no reason to bug them unnecessarily. So let's check around and make sure we got everything up to the crew we need at this time, and we're happy with the spacecraft configuration.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, we have some new additions to your alternate and contingency checklist. If you would break that out, over.
Stand by.
Got it, Capcom over there.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ken, what are these two?
That's the horizon, new horizon altitude data. The same thing we just put in a minute ago by Disky.
Okay.
Okay, Houston, 11's ready to copy.
Roger, 11. If you'll turn to page F/2-22, over.
Okay, I have F/2-22.
Roger, Neil. Under column L, that's column Lima, line 06. The new data is 00001. Line 07, the new data is 02134. Over.
Okay, I have in F/2-22, column Lima, item 6, 00001. Item 7, 02134.
Roger, that's correct. Thank you much, Al.
Can we tell them what those were, Capcom?
No, I didn't find out, just beginning to.
Okay.
11 Houston, for your information, those two entries are an update to your Delta H that we have already uplinked into the CMC, over.
All right, thank you.
And the value is 35 kilometers.
What was that marking on, Charlie? About an 18-kilometer line or what?
Our update puts you to the Delta H to 35 kilometers, Mike, over.
Okay.
We had 24 loaded originally. That's before I left. Flight FAL.
Go ahead, FAL.
In storing the onboard data, the intermediate scale landing side oblique and the large scale landing side oblique did get put where we think the crew expects it to be, and we'd like to pass some words about that. I think that intermediate scale landing side oblique is in the CSM Lunar Landmark book, and the large scale landing side oblique is in the back of the lunar surface.
You got one of those handy little pieces of paper, and can you write it off and pass it to the captain? Okay.
Hold on a second. We're on the Delany where we were hurricane.
Okay, fine.
11 Houston, we got some switch positions for you for the high gain, over.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, Buzz. Select Bravo, Omni, high gain track to manual, beam wide, over.
Okay, Bravo, Omni, track manual, and beam wide.
Roger, and your high gain angles are -50 on the pitch, 270 on the yaw, over.
Okay, going there now.
Flight controllers going around the horn to see if we need to give anything to the crew. Retro, have you got anything you need uplink here?
Negative, flight.
How about you, Fido?
Negative, flight.
Guidance?
Negative.
GNC?
Negative.
Ecom?
Flight Ecom's got one item, and that's on the procedure for the done component check for LOI. And talking to Charlie Duke about it, he thinks we probably ought to read it tonight.
Okay, this is the officially approved redundant component check prior to LOI.
That's fine, Flight. It's a secondary red leak check plus flowing arrest.
Would somebody brief me as to what specifically, have you got the procedures, checklist, all that?
Flight recovery.
No recovery?
Right, Harm would like permission to use 296H tomorrow at 1800Z.
I don't think that'll give us any problem.
Roger, thank you.
Unless we're contemplating your entry tomorrow.
You're not planning on that, are you?
Don't think so.
Roger.
control, do you have any updates to anything on board prior to the time we start getting ready to close them out?
Control negative.
Okay, Surgeon, how about you? Gonna have a normal crew status report, and then that'll be about it, I guess. Do you have anything else? Surgeon, fly.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Roger. Do you have anything you need to get up to the crew other than the crew status report that they owe us here?
No, sir. That's it. They may give us this without query. Let's give them a chance.
Well, what we're going to do is we've got several checklist updates. And after we complete those, I want to say, okay, you're cleared to initiate your pre-sleep checklist at your discretion.
Okay, that's good. Let's see what they'll do it. Thank you.
Looks like they must have changed their CO2 canister.
That firm plate's come down.
Yeah, I just noticed that. That's a pretty good cue.
Yeah, that sensor's dynamic. I just didn't read right.
Yeah.
Capcom FAO, Flight Director 2.
Go ahead.
Hey, on these two landmark obliques, I think the right way to say that is that we have indications that these things were stowed differently than we expected them to be.
Yeah, and just check.
And just to check it, we expected them to be in the transfer bag, and we have indications that they were put in these other two.
Okay, fine. Flight account.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one more hour didn't pass to you. When we pumped up the cabin today, looked like we were flowing about 8 pounds an hour average. And that was enough to take the flow sensor. And looks like somewhere in the order of 6 or 8 pounds enough to take it.
Okay, that's, you guesstimated 5 last night. So that's pretty good.
Well, yeah, 8 overpegged it, so we're not sure how much.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I got a little curve in that position.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, we have some
updates and some things we'd like to talk to you about if you're in the middle of your meal. If it's convenient any time for you, we're ready with some updates. Over.
What are the updates going to apply to?
Roger, we have a couple of changes on the LIM, mission rules no-go for your no-go card, Neil. One slight change on the apps, diffs, fuel, and temp pressure card. And we have a change to the procedure for the secondary radiator leak check, which is to be performed at 71 hours tomorrow. And also some indications that we have a couple of landing site obliques stowed in the wrong place. Over.
Okay, any of those in the flight plan, the secondary radiator, for example?
That's affirmative. The secondary radiator leak check is called out in the flight plan at 7120. That procedure is listed in your launch operations book. On page 2-9, L2-9, we'd like to change that procedure. Over.
Okay, stand by.
They got music on board? Okay, all flight controllers, we're going to start updating several items from the cruise checklist and onboard data files. So get your ears glued to Gus Conference and let's make sure.
Charlie, on the secondary leak check, just read it verbatim like you want it, and I'll copy it directly into the flight plan and not fool around with the checklist.
Roger, that's fine. If you're ready to copy, stand by.
Ready to copy on the leak check.
Roger. It's monitor secondary accumulator quantity. Step 2 is secondary glycol to radiator valve, normal for 30 seconds, then bypass. If no decrease in secondary accumulator quantity, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, if no decrease in secondary accumulator quantity, secondary glycol to radiator valve to normal. Next step, secondary coolant loop pump, AC1 or AC2. After 3 minutes, verify glycol discharge secondary pressure 39 to 51 psig. Also verify secondary evap out temp has changed. Next step, secondary coolant loop pump off. Secondary glycol to radiator valve bypass. That is your procedure. Over.
Boy, you must be fast to copy, Charlie. I was way behind you there.
Okay, read back. Monitor secondary accumulator quantity. Secondary glycol radiator valve normal for 30 seconds, then to bypass. If no decrease in secondary accumulator quantity, secondary glycol to radiator valve to normal. Secondary coolant loop pump, AC1 or 2. After 3 minutes, verify glycol secondary discharge pressure, 39 to 51 psig. Verify secondary evaporator outlet temp is changed. Secondary coolant loop pump off. Secondary glycol radiator valve to bypass. And what's the reason for the change, John?
Roger, SPAN is concerned that our present procedure shown in the checklist does not really flow glycol through the radiator, and they want to verify that we do not have a plugged secondary radiator. Over.
Okay, do they have any abnormal indications in that system so far?
Negative. This is a procedure that came up with. It's just a check, Mike. Everything's looking great to us. Over.
Okay, fine.
Gonna have to get a horse and not come on shorthand.
And Charlie, we'll get back with you on these other changes in a few minutes, okay?
Roger, Neil. No hurry. Over.
This is Apollo control at 59 hours 9 minutes. Apollo 11 now 182,000 nautical miles from Earth, and the velocity down to 3,072 feet per second. We've had very little conversation from the spacecraft in the past 40 minutes or so. At this time, the flight plan calls for the crew to be getting ready to begin their eat period. That would be followed by a 9-hour rest period. We have one change to the flight plan to pass along. The television transmission, which had been scheduled at 100 hours 20 minutes to 100 hours 50 minutes in the flight plan, has been deleted. This transmission was to have occurred during the formation flying prior to the powered descent to the lunar surface. The decision to delete the TV transmission from the flight plan was made due to a lack of available satellite channels to relay the signal from the tracking site at Madrid to Houston for conversion. The intermittent music that we're getting is apparently coming from the spacecraft. The crew has on board portable tape recorders with music on the tapes, and as they store their own comments on the tape, the music is of course erased. And apparently the music is triggering the box-operated microphones, and we're getting intermittent music down from the spacecraft.
11 Houston, we were wondering who's on horns.
Taking you.
We just had a little music there. Right, that was good. You can keep it coming down, 11.
Okay. Because it's a special occasion today, Houston. This is the 3rd anniversary of Gemini 10.
Roger. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, sir.
This is Apollo Control. That comment a moment ago about the 10th anniversary of, about the 3rd anniversary of Gemini 10 came from Mike Collins, who, along with John Young, flew the Gemini 10 mission July 18 through July 21, 1966. The brief bit of music that we got from the spacecraft was coming to us from a distance of 182,190 nautical miles.
Contingency for flight. Show me the flight of the PTC. Looks like it's going a pot on us.
Sure does. We were talking about it. The pitch angle. What these flights we were expecting.
Yeah. Got anything sending?
Well, I've been polling people on both sides to find out. So far, they all say no. Houston, Apollo 11, ready to copy your update.
Roger, stand by. Okay, Buzz, the first item is that we have indications that your landing site obliques are not in the proper position. If you will check, we think that the intermediate scale landing site oblique is stowed in the CSM Lunar Landmark book. We think that the large scale landing site oblique is stowed in the back of the LIM Lunar Surface Map book. Over.
I think I heard you, Charlie, but I'm not sure that I understand.
Roger, according to our storage list, the landing site oblique should be in the transfer bag. In the backup set of data, the intermediate scale oblique is in the CSM Lunar Landmark book, and the large scale oblique is in the back of the LIM Lunar Surface Map book, and that's the reason we think they might be not where you think they are. Over.
Okay, we've got 3 obliques. The last one is one I asked for recently. It's just a blow-off of the second one. The first one is one that's got dotted lines on it indicating horizon view and 50-degree LCD. And all 3 of those are in the transfer book. Over.
Well, Roger, fine. We were wrong in our backup set. We had those out of place. It looks like the onboard data is good. We just wanted to let you check on that one. We have an update on the APS DIPS fuel card that you place on the panel. It's a typo error. If you'll break out that little card, we got to correct that typo error. Over.
Am I? Okay, I got it.
Roger, Buzz. Under the DIPS column on the pressure side, you go down to the 4th item. It says pressure greater than 150. TTCA should be greater than 65%. Over.
Okay, it's greater than 120 for less than 65 and greater than 150 for greater than 65.
That's affirmative, Al. And we have 3 items on the mission rules no-go card if you're ready to copy those. Over.
Okay, I've got the mission rules no-goes.
Roger, Buzz. First entry is on the EPS. Under AC Bus A, the line extends all the way to High Gate. Actually, the line should read at DOI, it would be no-go AC bus A. After that, the no-go would be both buses. So if you'll just pencil in both buses from PDI through Highgate, it'll be correct for that line, over.
Okay, I'm not that. AC bus A for DOI and both buses no go for PDI on.
That's affirmative up until Highgate, and you can stop at the line at under the column 5 minutes to low gate. Now the next line is under the G&C pings, pitch and roll GDAs. You can scratch that line completely, over.
Roger, got it.
Okay, Buzz, last entry is down under RCS, and it's a typo error. It's under the in the line 3-axis attitude control. If you proceed to the right at PDI +5, you'll see 1 axis. The line goes all the way to low gate to touchdown. That's incorrect. The line should stop under 5 minutes to low gate, over.
Okay, we're stopping that at 5 minutes to low gate.
That's firm. That completes that card. The rest of the updates are just really for your information. Based on our 58-hour platform, look at the platform, we're in really good shape. Your gyros have almost no drift in them. Since prior to the update, we were looking at X of a minus 2.24 Meru, Y of plus 0.87, Z of minus 0.11. Since the update, which was based on the 52-hour P52, I believe, we gave you an X drift of plus 0.79, yaw of plus 1.06, Z of plus 0.02 Meru. The 52-hour and the 57-hour alignments did not really give us enough time to get a real good or completely valid update on the drift check. So we're real satisfied with the way the gyros are looking. The PIPAs are looking great also. We're in real good shape with those two, over.
Flight controllers, we finished our updates here to the crew. If you have any further data we need passed to them prior to the time we clear them to start their pre-sleep checklist, give them to me now or hold your peace for the rest of the evening. It looks like the PTC isn't doing too well. G&C, what are you going to want to do there?
Well, the options are either to stop this and start it over again.
Okay, I guess the question is it diverging or is it coning about a different pitch angle?
Well, it'll take another 2 hours to determine that. I guess my recommendation would be to go ahead and go with it and hope that it lasts through the sleep period.
Do you think you got any hope, though? Well, I'd just as soon, if necessary, get a good PTC started now so that we don't have to wake them up later in the night because they got a busy couple days ahead of them. I'd like them to get a good sleep tonight.
What's bothering me about it is we have no idea why it started diverging there. At the time, after the roll was initiated, the pitch and yaw rates were 0025s in pitch and 0033 in yaw. And that's awful low rates. It's an order of magnitude better than what should give us stable PTC.
plotting that bearing back?
Yes.
Can I see it?
Flight, can we, after we get a resolution on this PTC, we ready for a good night?
That's affirmative.
Okay, how about, you want me to get the, I think we'll just wait on this.
Yeah, why don't we wait until we get ready to clean them out? We still got another half hour before they're nominally scheduled to start their sleep period, and they should be eating now, so we'll just let them go along.
Roger.
I do want to get some resolution on the PTC in about the next 15 minutes, I'd say.
Okay.
Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
It'll take another 3 to 5 minutes to get the plot up through 1 hour.
Okay, fine. Give you 15 minutes to make up your mind, Buck.
Okay.
Yeah. Ecom flight.
Apollo 11 radio check.
Roger, reading you 5 by, how many over?
Okay, that's clear. You cut out when you were talking about the platform at something about 52 hours. After that, we never heard you again.
Roger, I guess we were changing antennas. Stand by. That's affirmative, 11. We were swapping antennas on you down here. Basically, the word is we got a real good platform. Very small drift in the gyros and very small drift in the pippas, over.
Roger, thank you. And I'd like to have a few words of clarification, if you'll give them to me on the RCS reel, what that change is making.
Copy a few words of clarification on the RCS. Roger. The update there, Neil, you're speaking of about the one axis down to 5 minutes to low gate.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not quite sure what that drill means.
Stand by. I'll make sure I got my story straight with control. Stand by.
I talked to Charlie about it a while ago. Just talking to Bob again, and the same thing I said a while ago, Charlie. If we, prior to that point there, we get the failure, we'd go ahead and abort if we lost control in one axis, and we are talking about 2 particular jet failures, okay, or, yeah, 2 particular jet failures such that it loses you control in that one axis. But if you lose it after high gate, then we don't want to abort that close.
No, it reads lose it after low gate.
Okay, after low gate, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We don't want to abort at that point that close to the lunar surface. We'd rather go ahead, I mean, it's a terrible thing to have no control, but at that point go ahead and land and see if you can't sort the thing out and then come back. That's the rationale.
Roger. 11 Houston on the RCS, what we're saying is that if we lose control about one axis prior to low gate, we would recommend an abort. This would require a loss of 2 distinct jets.
which is not very probable, but that's what we're recommending. After low gate, we would continue on. We would recommend that we continue on to attempt a landing, over.
Roger. Okay.
Roger.
Charlie,
Roger.
let's see. Control, are you still on? Roger. Isn't it actually more than that? I think it's something that gets lost in the translation from the format we got to the very abbreviated format that they've got. And basically, isn't it down to PDI plus 5, we require 3-axis redundant attitude control.
Stand by. Apollo 11, say again, you were cut out, over.
Roger, did you say you had some updates for us in the lunar surface book, over?
Negative. At this time, we do not have any updates for the lunar surface book. We wanted you to have it just in case, over.
Charlie, we're thinking about some. We're reviewing them now, but it's almost as annoying.
Roger, you were cut out that time.
Roger, at the present time, we do not have any updates for you on the lunar surface book. We are thinking about some and kicking them around, but they're very minor changes, over. Houston, did you copy that transmission? Apollo 11, Houston, we swapped antennas on you again. I say again that we do not have any lunar surface book updates at this time. We're considering a few minor ones, but we're still kicking them around the moker, over.
Telcom to flight. Telcom to flight. You got those changes to the contingency checklist on the bus configuration stuff still? Okay. I don't want to uplink them now. I just want to go through them. Okay.
That's right, Captain.
Stand by. Contingency, right. Buck, will you see if, in fact, I'm getting off the subject. I ought to be worrying about PTC here shortly. Will you see if either Roach or Brooks are in the back room, please? Okay. Banner. 65 is a slot out of that place. Okay. I think I'd recommend stopping and start over again. Yeah, it looks like it's, well, it says the last point on the plot it started converging a little bit more. This thing looks a little weird compared to what we've seen before. We'll start over. Yeah. Still a little disturbing. You can't find any cause for going off that far. We might ask the crew on that. Ask if they made any urine dumps or any purges or anything that we feel might have accounted for this deviation. There's a possibility of, I would suggest, flimsy and delicate, maybe within the limbs somewhere, something got over that. Interesting point. Telecom. Sorry, Frank. Is there anything in the limb that could be venting now?
There shouldn't be, Frank. We haven't foreseen any data, no way to verify that.
Okay, but going through the normal procedures, normal limb closeout, there anything that could account for some kind of a torque we got on this thing shortly after we started PTC?
Shouldn't be, but we'll go back and look at it, but I don't think of anything unless we had some kind of corruption test.
Yeah, it could be that.
Houston 11, we have a crew status report for you.
Roger, go ahead, 11.
Okay, radiation, CDR 11009, CMP 10010, LMP 09011, no medication.
Roger, 11, we copy for the radiations, and we're considering, this PTC looks sort of weird to us, so we're considering stopping and starting over again. We'll be with you in a couple of minutes, over.
Why don't you see if they've made any urine dumps or anything since they started PTC that might account for it. See if they might have some onboard clues we haven't seen.
Okay. Okay. Flight, how about if we left the descent 02 or something like that open, or the repress breaker closed? Could that cause it, Telcom? The thing attempting to overpressurize the limb and vent now?
No, I shouldn't, Charlie. Let me look.
That forward hatch valve is an auto, is the reason I...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think we're down below the release setting in that forward hatch valve, though, Charlie. We're down around.
Well, what I'm saying, Fight, is that if by chance descent 02 was left open, and then we had the cabin repress close and failed to open that breaker, then and we had a failure in that circuit, it could start dumping descent 02 oxygen in and overpressurize the lamp.
Sure. Oh, yeah, we had a failure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about let me get a limb CMP delta reading. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, would you give us a limb CM delta P reading, over? Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We switched the antennas on you again. Would you please give us a limb CM delta P reading, over?
Charlie, you're going to get that delta P reading?
I've asked him twice.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Go ahead, 11 here.
Roger, we switched antennas on you there. moments ago, Neil. Would you please give us a LIM CM Delta P reading, over?
Telcom, flight. Go flight.
Less than 0.1.
Roger.
Figure out the direction of the fence.
I did have a cabin 02.
Pressure higher than normal. Axis.
0.15 now, Neil says, right?
Roger, thank you, Mike. Could you give us some help? This PTC is strange. It's not like anything we've seen before, and we're wondering if you all have had any events or any idea that could help us out, over.
I didn't understand that. Say again?
Roger, we're looking at a sort of a funny-looking PTC. We've already drifted out to 70 degrees in pitch, and we're wondering if you all have had any events or any such thing as that that could cause us to pick up these rates to drive us off, over.
Negative, Charlie. We don't know of anything.
Roger.
If it's got something to do with that entry from stop from a position that we want to be in, I don't know.
Roger, when we started off, it looked real fine to us. Now it's drifting off with a funny pattern that we haven't seen previously on a flight. We're just trying to figure out, I think we'll probably start it over again. We'll be with you momentarily, over.
Okay.
Capcom, GNC, and guidance flight.
Good, flight.
Raj, I want to start another PTC here. I think it's more important to get this thing started off right so we can get a longer sleep period rather than sit around here and watch it for another half hour or so. Like Contingency.
Especially this time they use quads alpha and delta.
Alpha and delta.
Flight, look at that.
Yeah, I know.
Last, man, that's really the last 4 points, though, have been intersecting right at that one point there. It's beautiful. You want to start it, flight? Over again?
think that's the best thing to do here.
Okay. Could be picking up with the Vert 49 in 090. Any roll, or just stop it right here and maneuver to pitch 90, yaw 0, and roll whatever it is?
Roger.
Okay. Apollo 11, Houston, we hate to say it, but we'd like to terminate this PTC and start over again. We have no assurance that we're going to get it through the sleep period with this funny configuration or funny pattern. We'd like you to stop it now and then go back to pitch 090, yaw 0, and roll whatever you stop on, over.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 59 hours, 57 minutes. A few moments ago you heard Capcom Charlie Duke advise the crew to terminate the passive thermal control mode that they are presently in and reestablish the 3 revolution per hour roll rate about the spacecraft longitudinal axis that is used for thermal control. We had noticed a unexplained deviation from the attitude that the spacecraft was set up in this roll mode. Ideally, it would roll about the longitudinal axis with very little wobble. And if a wobble is introduced for one reason or another, the reaction control system jets would come on as soon as the motion out of the prescribed plane had occurred, gone beyond prescribed limits, in this case 30 degrees, to correct.
How are we doing on the quads? I forgot to get that.
The jet firing on past missions do tend to disturb the crew's sleep rather than have the reaction control system jets come on during the night and perhaps have to awaken the crew to reestablish the passive thermal control mode at that time. We elected to correct it now.
Houston, we recommend you disable Bravo and Charlie, select quads Alpha and Delta, over.
the air-to-ground circuit at this time as the spacecraft rotates from one on the antenna around to the next, and we momentarily lose lock-on. At this time, Apollo 11 is 183,544 nautical miles from Earth. The velocity holding fairly constant now, about 3,042 feet per second. It's been moving down toward 3,000 feet per second. It seems to be leveling off somewhat. This is Apollo Control. We're going to take the air-to-ground circuit down temporarily until a stronger antenna length. Here's a call for Google. Stand by for that. This is Apollo Control. We will take the air-to-ground circuit down at this time until we have reestablished sufficient signal strength to eliminate the noise on the circuit.
Apollo 11 Houston, do you read over? GNC Capcom Uncle 1.
Go ahead, Charlie.
How are we doing on the RCS as far as above and below the line?
Oh, I can get you some numbers. We're in total about as far below as we were last night.
Okay, what, about 60 pounds or so?
Yes.
Could you work me out a percentage on that?
You want percentages? Sure can.
Yeah, thanks.
Inco network.
This is Apollo Control at 60 hours 10 minutes. We've reestablished good antenna lock on at this time, and we'll continue to monitor for any conversation from the spacecraft. The crew is presently reestablishing the passive thermal control rotation rate of 3 revolutions per hour. Following that, we expect they will begin their rest period. At the present time, Apollo 11 is 183,821 nautical miles from Earth, and the velocity 3,037 feet per second.
Roger, I'm going to mode 2 on the uplink, we're going to try voice again.
Roger.
Hello, Apollo 11. Hello, Apollo 11, over. Roger, reading about 1 by. Looks like we picked a super attitude here for PTC stabilization. We're reading you in backup voice now, over.
We read you loud and clear.
Roger. I think we've got about the best configuration. We've been doing it all from the ground here, 11. We'll just keep it as it is, over.
See, does it look like we're stable? It does like it. Want to give it a try? A little saturation. Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, would you select command reset and Omni Alpha, over?
Houston 11 on Omni Alpha.
Roger, we read you about 3 by now, over.
Roger.
How you doing down there, Con? You gonna get us some high bid rate?
We're going to work on it.
Okay. Oh, that's that.
how you doing? This is we go now, flight. Capcom for flight. We are ready to initiate PTC. We're stable.
Apollo 11, Houston, we is stable. You can start the PTC, over.
Well, that's right.
Stable, Buck? Looks good, Buck. Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11, on checklist page F9-7. I've completed step 8, and I'd like to know what you think is ideal timing between step 8 and step 9 and step 10 on that page, over.
Roger, stand by.
You understand his question? He wants to know what the timing is between step 8, 9, and 10 there. GNC, any feel for that?
I don't think there's any time constraint on it, flight. This is whatever is reasonable for him in going through it to be sure what he keeps.
I think his question is should he get the jets off, or it seems to me there's nothing in here that, in this procedure, that is time critical about he's not going to fire a jet or anything.
Yeah.
So it appears to me that just take your own sweet time.
Well, there's one possibility. With the wrong direction rate being on the wrong side of a pitch, or you got dead bend. No, I'm sorry, that wouldn't be a problem. There should be no time constraint.
Yeah.
Okay, but if let's say he goes through step 9 or step 10, and in manual attitude pitch and yaw rate command, and he stops there, then he conceivably could fire a jet.
Yeah. What do you say you still don't see any constraint time-wise there?
No, I think you should go ahead and get the white deadband in, though, flight.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston, we don't see any time constraint. We'd like you to go ahead and set up the wide deadband, then go through step 10 and 11, over.
Okay, will do. I don't see any constraints either, Charlie. I just was checking make sure, because last time I went from 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 a little bit more swiftly than I'd been doing in the past.
Roger. What is that 2/10 I'm looking at in the yaw? 3/10 roll in the yaw.
That's what I'm looking at too. Picking one up pitch now too. Buck, did we get off to a bum start again?
No, I think it's still a good one.
Looks like a good one, yeah.
Step 11 complete.
Roger, we copy.
Flightcom, we're ready to go back to Omni Bravo.
Roger. Omni Bravo, Capcom.
And that's the only configuration?
That's firm.
Okay, everybody.
Apollo 11, Houston, would you please select Omni Bravo, over?
Roger, Bravo. Houston, Apollo 11, how do you read on Bravo?
Roger, reading you 5-eye.
Same here.
Flight set all?
Yep. Wish them good night. Hope we don't have to wake them up again. I think we'll get a good one this time.
Apollo 11, Houston, it looks like we got a good PTC going. It's good night from the white team, over.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you for everything.
Flight, go to the
Capcom would ask about percent deltas on RCS. I have those strips.
Yeah, why don't you give them also the numbers in relation to where we were on F at the same time?
Okay, that'll take a couple of minutes to dig out.
Yeah.
For one thing, the F flight plan has a little more pad built into it than this one does.
What channel are they on, Bob? What channel you got them on, Bob?
I was going to read them to you, sir.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Are you ready to copy?
Yeah.
Quad Alpha -5. Bravo -3. Charlie -7. Delta -3. Overall is -4.4. Those are all percents.
Right.
Get a checkpoint.
Okay, all flight controllers, we're going to get a checkpoint tape. Go ahead, Fido. All right. Flight Shadow, checkpoint complete.
RCS. Go, GNC. Okay, the comparison of RCS with 10, same point, we had 6 pounds more. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was 10 earlier today. I think he gave me the number left over from the previous shift. That's counting the flight. Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 60 hours, 37 minutes. We said good night to the crew about 10 minutes ago. We expect that they will be settling down for their rest period shortly. At the present time, Apollo 11 is 184,600 nautical miles from Earth. The spacecraft velocity is presently 3,023 feet per second. We understand there's been some interest in a comment made by Neil Armstrong during the television transmission about the EVA floodlight. Armstrong's remark was that the mast which the light is mounted on appeared charred. He reported that the light works, but had apparently the mast that supported it had apparently been damaged during the launch phase. This light would be used in the event of a contingency EVA. It would have no function in a normal mission, such as we're presently flying. And in the event that an extravehicular activity was necessary for transfer of the crew from the LEM to the command and service module, the light would be an aid in providing exterior lighting of the handrails, but would repeat that it would have no function in a normal mission. And the charring which Armstrong reported is not considered significant at this time. We don't expect to have any further conversation with the crew. We will continue to record any remarks that we get and play those back. The passive thermal control mode, which was reestablished, appears to be functioning well at this time, and all spacecraft systems are functioning normally. At 60 hours, 39 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Do you have any idea where the S4B is with respect to us?
Stand by.
Fido for flight.
Copy, Fido.
Roger, we'll get it. Stand by, one.
This is Apollo Control at 60 hours 47 minutes. We just got a call from the spacecraft requesting that we give them the position of the S4B in respect to the spacecraft. And we're currently coming up with that bit of information, so we'll stand by.
Flight Fido. Go Fido.
Okay, the S4B should be about 6,000 miles range from the spacecraft now. It's on the closest approach to the moon. Is 4329 nautical miles, and that will occur at a GMT today of 20:22:34. That's about 18 hours from now. Let me ask a question. Where is it in respect to the spacecraft? Can you figure that out? You mean other than how far it is from? Yeah. We got a pitch and a yaw angle here, and as we roll around, at what roll angle could the optics be pointing at? To get that, we're going to have to go in a lot of trouble because we'd have to input the S4B ephemeris into the RTCC and do some pointing stuff.
How long would that take?
Yeah, I don't think that's even worth a try.
Okay, I don't know whether...
We'd rather not do that because...
Yeah. Stand by. Apollo 11, Houston, the S4B is about 6,000 nautical miles from you now, over.
Okay, thank you. Houston, Apollo 11, how's the PTC looking?
Flight PTC.
Stand by.
Up 65.
Okay.
The little loop up above is one that we had last time.
Okay.
It looks like at least the first red's pretty good.
Houston, the PTC looks great to us, over.
Okay, do you have any idea what happened to the previous one?
We have absolutely no idea, over.
Okay. Almost saving the plot, and we'll show it to them post-mission.
Did it look like it was all right, and then just all of a sudden it starts diverging?
That's negative, Mike. If you look at the plot, which we'll say for you, and let you see it post-flight, it started off immediately on the first rev and just spiraled out to about 20 degrees in pitch, and then it seemed to be setting up a spiral around an offset pitch point of about 20 degrees off from 90 degrees, but we didn't want to take a chance that it would become stable at that point. We thought it might diverge, so we called you and started over again. Over.
Okay, no complaints. I was just curious as to what had happened.
Like that. Where's the meeting in the...
Be down in the lounge tomorrow.
Okay.
2 o'clock. Flight. Go ahead, Bud. Are you still looking towards any possible problems associated with the lens that you saw this ship? We looked at it, just been opening in quite the cabin pressure due to the reasonably low effect. Couldn't do the pressure.
Down the crew turn the horse off.
That's down. Okay. Capcom contact.
Yeah, we've lost a voice subcarrier.
Yeah, that's normal.
Okay, I just wanted to report to you. They reported it from Ghost Off.
Right, thank you very much.
good. Based on the last update we now have a altitude closest approach of 62.92. And that would give us a mid-course score of 2 feet per second. And the recommendation would be not to do it. The LOI time would be 75 plus 50 plus 02. And LOI 2 would be at 80 plus 12. And that'll change around a little bit because of the way that we're targeting LOI 2.
Okay, what are you targeting LOI 2 for now?
We're targeting for an orbit that will turn into a 60 circular at CD8.
Okay, but what is your LOI 2 after you make your LOI 2 burn into your orbit?
It's about a 54 by 66, just a second, you know. Right. Okay, the last one we did was 65.6 by 53.9.
Okay.
And I've checked all that to see if we are passing over the bias landing site. And we're hitting it within 0.003 of a degree in latitude. All that says is that we have the right target orbit in there to shoot for the LOI.
Okay, what's our sun angle look like after dusk yet?
Just a minute.
You got a dope handy?
Yeah, I haven't run one in a little while. Okay, let me look up the last one I ran here and I'll get it.
Okay.
Flight final.
Go.
10.9 degrees.
Okay. Okay, I guess last question. At DOI, what would be the CFM orbit? You have that data?
No, but I can run it out there right quick.
I assume somewhere along the line, Neil's probably going to ask that question, just to figure out how close to being circularity is going to be there.
Okay, that's no problem. Right, Fido. Go, Fido. Okay, right now we're showing the orbit at DOI 56.4 by 63.3. Okay. Flight look like anybody's bedded down yet?
Negative, Mike. I can't say that. I'm watching, expecting that momentarily, but nothing yet, sir.
Okay, that's how I read over some of that data.
I imagine that, and of course more I do.
Roger. After you want to take it a minute? Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 61 hours 39 minutes. We've had no further conversation with the crew since our last report. Flight surgeon says there is no indication at this time that they have begun to sleep, but we expect they'll be getting to sleep here shortly. Coming up in less than 10 seconds now, we'll be crossing into the sphere of influence of the moon. A computational changeover will be made here in Mission Control. At this point, as the moon's gravitational force becomes the dominant effect on the spacecraft trajectory, and our displays will shift from Earth reference to moon reference. At that point, which occurred a few seconds ago, the spacecraft was at a distance of 186,437 nautical miles from Earth and 33,822 nautical miles from the moon. The velocity with respect to the Earth was 2,990 feet per second, and with respect to the moon, about 3,272 feet per second. The passive thermal control mode that was set up for the second time by the crew appears to be holding well at this point, and all spacecraft systems are functioning normally. The mission going very smoothly. At 61 hours 41 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
limits.
What are your limits to see the star?
Well, I set them such as when he starts dumping, I'll see it.
75 or so?
Yeah, I think that's what it said. Yeah, those stars on all the trainers are no means indicative of any kind of problem.
Right.
There's attention color.
Right.
Yes?
Econ pilot.
Go ahead.
We got any sort of purges in progress?
Yeah, I think he's dumping.
How long winded start?
Not real sure.
You think you might find out? How long is it supposed to last?
It gets a good amount of fight on.
Is it water dump?
It's year and done.
Year and done. Okay. Econ pilot.
Go pilot.
Raj, during when they went to the limb, did your pressure relief valves open or something? Did we have kind of a continuous vent for a while? It's our data selector, noticing the data not converging like it should, and it's showing like a continuous vent for a couple of hours. You got anything that might could explain this?
No, I can't explain that one. Shouldn't have vented anything except for that water dump we did.
Yeah, well, we've got that. We flagged that down, but they're noticing, kind of like a continuous type vent.
GNC. Go GNC. On 65 they have the plot of this PTC. Okay. It's better. Yes, it does. Starting off like that, it should be good for a day and a half or 2 days. Yeah. I don't find it.
Go.
You say you saw something that you thought was venting there in your projector?
Raj flight. Select, been coming to me, says that he's seen the data like from about 70 hours, 13 minutes GMT for about 2 hours there. Some sort of venting. And he's not exactly sure what it is.
Now, what time was that? From when to when?
70 hours, 13 minutes.
Wait a minute, 70, 13.
That's GMT, which was about 5 hours ago. About 5 hours ago.
Okay.
And he noticed it
for how long?
About 2 hours. About 5641 flight GT.
Okay. Hours continuous from 5641.
Roger that, flight.
Flight GNC. Oh, GNC. I think we were flying with the uncoupled RCS during that period. Think so? That was the TV pass, approximately.
FAO Capcom, flight director 2.
Go, Capcom.
Hey, Tom, in a timeline book here at 95 hours, we got update baseline altitude for descent altitude site. What is that?
Right at
that means
641, that almost.
You know that P-22 we do the first day on A1?
Yeah.
We tell him how high that is above the RLS.
Okay.
Now you got the water now back in there.
59 to 04. What's that? Say, tell me.
Yeah, I got it terminated at 04.
When do you have we stop the PTC for the TV?
Stand by. I logged it, so stand by. PTC stopped at 5451. Pitch 090, yaw 0 roll 263. That was almost 2 hours before this time. That was 5451.
Flight Fido.
So, Fido.
I'd like to get a check for him, please, sir.
Okay.
Flight Fido, check point complete.
Roger. Street, contact Mount Lunar. Go ahead, contact. Yeah, Goose says PAO boys over there. Tell them to answer a 3-com call, would you? Answer a com call? 3-com call, yes, sir. Yeah, boys is calling. Okay.
FAO Capcom.
So,
Hey, on your flight plan, on page 364 is another typo error, one of those greater and less than things.
page 364, where?
Under CMP, inhibit roll commands until LM CM Delta T less than 3.5 at 9749. And on that, right up from that at 9725, under CMP, stow optics and TFM, Verbo 6901 enter. Read 123 to LM. That Verbo 5901 enter just tells the computer that you want to look at some address. You've got to call 1706 enter to get TFM.
Okay, do you want to
Have you looked at the book that Mike's got?
Well, I'm looking at the mission timeline, the LIM book. I assume his flight plan is identical, but...
Yeah, his flight plan is, but let me show you that in a minute.
Okay.
He's got a lot of other things in his CMP solo book besides the flight plan.
Well, has he picked up his solo book by this time?
Yeah, he uses solo book the whole time that he's in there by himself.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Now, wait a minute. I'm leading you astray. He doesn't pick up the solo book until 99 hours.
I couldn't remember. I was kind of doubtful that he had it by now, but...
You're right, 99 hours when he picks up the solo book.
FAO, flight plan 1.
Go 1. Go.
I'm trying to figure out where all the noise is coming from.
It's on Goss conference.
No, I don't have Goss conference on. It sounded like somebody was banging around. Looking back through our notes, 57 hours to 57:05 was a wastewater dump. 57:22 to 57:28 was P52.
Let's go a little slower.
Okay. 57 hours to 57:05 is wastewater dump. That's approximately it started at 57 and it terminated at 57:05.
Okay.
57:22 to 57:28 was P52. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
58:05 they were starting PTC and they had it going by 58:08. So somewhere right in that time they were doing some thrusting. And then approximately 60 hours they terminated it. And I don't have anything else in my notes that would indicate any kind of thrusting that they could have been doing, you know.
When did we stop the first PTC today? If you and I came to work.
You mean way back there? Before the TV?
Yeah.
Let me go back to my notes and I'll see if I can locate that one. You had given me times that you were interested in between 56 and 58, right?
Yeah, but...
AFC contact, my Luke.
Hold one and I'll look back.
Capcom contact, my Luke.
FAO.
Go.
Notes indicate about
Mike Sporter out of Downey.
54:30 is when they terminated.
Mike Sporter? Yeah. I don't know. The CLS operator's got a call here for Gordo from a Mike Sporter out of Downey, and I don't know him. I figured let's check with you. We're going to refer him over to the
Take that back. 54:45 is when they terminated.
I don't know.
Okay.
No telling how much trouble I'd have finding Gordo at this hour even.
Right. Okay.
That was the original schedule for it, and they didn't make it.
When did they maneuver to the attitude?
TV attitude about the same time.
Same time. They stopped in such a way as they just had to do a little bit of dab of maneuvering to get to the TV attitude. That's all I can find in here in the notes that would indicate any kind of thrusting.
Okay, when... Yeah.
Say again?
Hey, when did they get out of the limb, best we can tell?
Okay, they finished up on the probe and were getting ready to close up the hatch at about 58 hours. So probably a little bit before then they didn't say when they got out of the limb. That was the first time hack they gave us. The next thing we got was tunnel was secure at 5806. And that was all I got on it. Those were the only two. Oh, I take that back. Familiarization was over at 5745 is when they was the first one. So that's probably about the time they got out of the limb. I think that was the statement they were getting ready to put the probe and drogue in.
When did we go into the limb? You remember when we pressed the limb? What time was that?
Okay, they were working on the probe and drogue around 5509 because we could watch them on TV, and Buzz opened the hatch at 5536. And if you want, I can give you when he...
When did he open the hatch?
He opened it at 5536. So sometime before the time where we stopped working on the probe and drogue, they were pressurizing the limb. Does that give you enough answers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to go Amber Dix here and I'll start briefing him.
Control Capcom, Mocha 2.
This is Apollo Control at 62 hours, 29 minutes. The flight surgeon reports that the crew appears to have been asleep now for about the past 30 minutes. The spacecraft appears also to be holding its passive thermal control attitude very well. And at this time, Apollo 11 is about 32,000 miles from the moon, traveling at a speed of 3,782 feet per second. In the past 50 minutes or so, we've seen that velocity increase about 10 feet per second, going from 3772 feet per second to the present 3782, as the spacecraft continues to accelerate toward the moon. The change of shift briefing following this shift will occur at about 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Flight Director Glenn Lunny and his team of flight controllers are coming on now, being debriefed by the Eugene Kranz team, and that shift change will be occurring shortly here. The new capsule communicator will be astronaut Ron Evans. At 62 hours, 30 minutes, this is Apollo Control.
Ecom GNC procedure, Smoker 1. Go ahead. Roger, any playback requirements from Texas? Negative.
Hey, Ron, it's Ken.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Man, it's quiet. I'm talking to.
How long are you going to be on tonight?
I just came on. We'll be off at 6:30, I guess.
Oh, jeez.
I think we might get to say hello.
So lucky you got to get to wake them up, huh? Hey, what time is the plane change and all that good stuff, rest mat change, I mean?
Rest mat change?
Yeah, don't they do that in about 6:30 or 7? I left my flight plan on the desk.
We look at it again, Ken, here, but we're thinking about not doing mid-course 4. the way it looks right now.
You're not going to do it?
That's right.
What's the computed delta V?
It's about 2.1 or something like that, I think.
I thought the threshold for executing that was supposed to be 1 foot per second.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I guess I copied down the wrong numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
wait a minute, let me, okay, let's see. Yeah, about, let's see, they get up at 5:30, 6 o'clock. Let's see, wait a minute. Yeah, 6 o'clock is the end of the fuel cell purge. And about 6:30 is uplink, state vector, target load, and rest mat.
Okay, and right now it looks like we're going to skip the mid-course.
That's the way it looks right now.
Okay.
And let's see, we'll be with the PTC till 73 hours.
Okay.
And that's about 8:30.
All stations, this is TCAS telemetry. We have
Okay, tell you what, if they're not going to do the mid-course or anything, I don't guess I'll come in just to watch them change rest mats.
No, I don't think you need to.
If they decide to do it, though, would you give me a call about try to give me a call about an hour before they get there?
They're not plugged in either.
Okay, about an hour before they get to the mid-course?
Yeah, if they decide to do it.
Okay.
And if not, I'll probably be in about 7:30 or so.
Yeah. Hey, this little note in our flight plan here says MCC4 will be executed with the SPS.
What is it?
Oh, okay, that's if the delta V is greater than 3 feet per second.
Yeah, but the threshold for doing mid-course 4 according to the logic charts was 1 foot per second, but they may have changed their mind on that.
I think it was. Seems to me like I remember that 1 foot per second too somewhere.
Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about it, but if you give me a call, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, I'll give you a call if it looks like we're going to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Real fine. Have fun.
Have a good night.
Okay, see you later.
Exactly.
See you later.
Would all the members of the team that's on now, I assume all the black team people are here, give me an name of those who are not ready to brief. Anybody that's ready to brief, stay green, and I'll see who's left to finish up talking. Control is still talking, Retro and FAO, is that right? Okay, well give me green when you guys are done chatting with your comrades, and then we'll discuss our activity for this sleep shift again tonight. Such as it is. FAL, you give me, are you going to be on with me? Oh, okay.
Go, Control.
Four ball one. The decimal point is 00.001. You follow me? There's no decimal point on the data. It's located at 00.001. 4 zeros and a 1. 4 zeros and a 1 on the theta. The decimals is divide the zeros in half. So what do you need, John? Yes. Okay. If it was to read out 541 for Y, it'd read out 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. That's 4 balls, 1. And that would be 1,000. Right. Correct. We're expecting to read up, right. Right. That's before calibration. I mean, that's right. Right, right. And 8,000 is the critique for bad settlement. 8,000 for well, it's not critique for a bad one, but it's getting bad. Well, according to all the data we got from the Cape, that they were breached to the iota on that. That's right. That's what they will read out if they wanted to. Okay.
Gene Kranz, flight director, and Dr. Charles Larry, Director of Medical Research and Operations at Command Spacecraft Center. And we'll start with a summary of this shift from Gene.
Basically, we came on shift at about 55 hours elapsed time. We were just terminating the passive thermal control and putting the spacecraft in an attitude from which we'd have the high gain antenna locked up so we could provide the TV data in the downlink. At the time the crew got in, we used this opportunity, since we were going to be bringing the cabin pressure up, to pressurize the LEM spacecraft during the IVT. We used this as an opportunity to come across and get a calibration on the O2 flow sensor that we've had some problems with earlier in the mission. We brought the cabin pressure up and proceeded then to open the hatch, and about this time we started picking up a TV downlink at the Goldstone station, and he was treated to an excellent presentation on the actual crew hatch removal, the probe removal, drogue removal, and the transfer of the crew into the LEM spacecraft. And the next 2 hours were almost self-evident. We had about an hour and 15 minutes of live TV from inside the LEM spacecraft while the crew was going through their familiarization and more or less visual inspection and trying various of the brackets and mountings that they'll be using for the cameras, more or less going over the inside of the spacecraft. I believe they commented that both spacecraft were very clean. There was no debris around. We got a couple readouts on various gauges in the spacecraft and closed down the TV portion of the pass at around 56 hours, 45 minutes. This time the crew made several comments, one which apparently caused some interest, that the EVA light was charred, and this is a light that's on a boom, and it apparently has cork insulation that extends about 5 foot out from the side of the spacecraft to the right of the CSM hatch, and it provides lighting in case of a crew extravehicular transfer. The light is working, and taking a look at some of the previous pictures from other missions that we've flown, we took a look at the same boom from the D mission, and it also showed some type of charring or a rather dark material on there. We got the crew back into the command and service module, updated several parameters in the erasable memory. From data we had obtained on the P-23 sightings, the Star Horizon sightings we had made on day 1 and day 2. We made a platform alignment and calculated, actually we looked at the torquing angles and calculated the platform drift, all of which are within specifications. We stirred up the cryos and proceeded to initiate passive thermal control at around 58 hours and 6 minutes. After about 1 hour in PTC, we saw we were diverging, and we had to terminate passive thermal control and reestablish it. At the same time, we've been, over the past several shifts now, been looking at the various onboard data and crew checklists, and we gave them several updates to their mission rules, some of their onboard procedures for LOI, and some of the cue cards they use for monitoring the engine performance. Got a crew status report, indicated no medication, everything was going well. And that was basically about it for our shift.
Okay, we'll open it up for questions, and we'd like to have you wait for the mic. Let's get this one right up here in front first.
Not modulating. Go ahead.
Have you got any idea what that music was?
I believe, if I remember right, I didn't understand it that way. If you remember, the previous crews had taken a tape recorder on board and had actually recorded some music, and that's what I assumed that was.
Well, on the
I assumed that was a recording of music they had taken on board the spacecraft.
You don't have any idea what the music was?
No, I really don't. It sounded familiar, though, but I wasn't listening that close.
Let's go around here to the back.
3 brief questions, if you can answer them. One, what distance will they be from the moon when they first flash behind it? Do you know?
Yeah, I have the numbers, and their approach, point of closest approach will be 62.92 nautical miles.
62.92. Now, the new LOI 1 and LOI 2 times.
Okay, at the present time, mid-course correction number 4 looks like it's going to be in the order of about 2 foot per second. We're still going to continue to monitor the trajectory. If it remains down in the order of about 2 foot per second, we'll probably not perform the maneuver. If we do not perform mid-course correction number 4, the LOI 1 time will be around 75 hours, 50 minutes, 02 seconds.
LOI LOI2?
755002. LOI2 will be 801200. Those are still rough times, and so they're probably ballpark stuff.
How about DOI and LTD? Will they change?
Probably in the order, I'd say, of about 4 minutes or so.
Plus or minus?
We haven't tracked them out that far yet.
There was some conversation in the air-to-ground over changes in the EVA procedures or timeline. Could you go into that at all?
No, there was a discussion. We asked the crew to bring their lunar surface timeline book back. We had a couple minor procedures we were looking towards making, and that's primarily switching associated with the propellant quantity gauging system. At the present time, those changes have not been approved, however. They're all very minor changes, and it's one or two individual switches to either allow us to monitor a certain parameter in the downlink, that type of stuff.
This is Mike working. We'll try and get a couple of them over here.
2 o'clock.
Does it work?
Yeah. I wonder if Dr. Berry could give us a review of the physical condition of the 3 crew members at this point.
Well, I guess there hasn't really been one done to date, so maybe we can sort of cover all the things that have happened, really not happened, I guess is a better term. We haven't had any illness developed in the crew at all. That includes there's been no motion sickness. That's a very gratifying thing to us, and there's been no medication taken thus to either prevent anything or because there was any difficulty. The sleep that we were worried about as we get to this lunar surface activity has worked out far better than we thought on these first 2 nights, and if it does as well tonight, well, we feel a lot better about looking at those 2 4-hour sleep periods on the lunar surface. We got 7 hours, 7 hours, and 5.5 hours on the first night, 8, 9, and 8 on the second night, and as you know, they're asleep now. They went to sleep just before 62 hours, and so if they get all of that period, it'll be something around 7, a little bit better than 7 tonight. We're pretty happy about the way we've been able to monitor this sleep. We're running the recorder continuously during the sleep period, and up until tonight, we've had all 3 astronauts plugged in all night, and so we've had record data on them all night. Tonight, Mike is, at the present time, he is unplugged, and so the 2 that we're still most interested in we will have data on still tonight. Now, this allows you to follow the respiratory trace and the heart rate trace, and it's just almost as good as looking at an EEG to determine what's happening to sleep. It's really been very effective for us, and it's correlated extremely well with what they've told us about their total sleep time. The quality of the data on all 3 people has been excellent the whole time, even when they were in the LIM activity today. We haven't had any problems with food on the flight to date. We've had no problems with water on the flight, and we're still doing pretty well as far as getting the gas out concerned. The radiation levels at last reading were 90, 90, and 100 millirads, and the only thing that we're still looking forward to, of course, is the work activity on the lunar surface and the monitoring of that, and which we've been building to for a long time, and the post-flight activity as far as making sure that we haven't brought something back.
In the course of the night's work,
Carl, do you have a question?
I would like to get a summary of all the checklists that the pilots have, and what ones have been reviewed again during the plus time by your people and agreed to, okay? So maybe would you talk to John Wagner before he goes? Maybe they've already reviewed X number of them and are going already.
Obvious improvement, crew over crew, from a medical standpoint, as these flights have progressed. Do you think that your precautions, for example, germ-free precautions before flight and the acrobatics, the aeronautics, the rest periods, do you think those have had a material influence in improving the situation?
Well, we certainly like to think that, Henry. I think they certainly have had some effect, and it's not a very controlled experiment, I'd have to say. You don't have another bunch to look at, but from some of our early experience, I would think the time of year has been helpful to us too, as far as this illness situation is concerned, without a doubt. But I'm sure that all those things have helped.
This one right here.
Dr. Barry, some reports from the Hornet indicate some concern over the possible contamination of the ship and the President should be downwind from the spacecraft. What is your opinion?
I don't think this is a real problem at all, and I think that got blown completely out of proportion on the carrier last night and this morning. And we talked with the people on the carrier and sent a message back out there this morning, and I think give you the exact statement that I sent back out there this morning, that what it amounts to is that back contamination from the spacecraft through downwind operations is not considered a problem, because just the normal carrier operation keeps an adequate separation distance. I mean, you're going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 to 1,000 yards, and we have no real concern at all about any distance from the ship if the hatch is closed, and if the period that the hatch is open is a very minute period, and there any normal operating distance is plenty adequate. So I don't think it's a problem at all.
Dr. Berry, I understand the astronauts can be pretty cramped in the lunar module, in that they're going to have to stand up all the time. The 4-hour sleep periods on the moon, are you expecting the astronauts to sleep during this time, or merely to rest?
Well, I think probably they should be more adequately termed rest periods. We have checked them very carefully as to their response to seconol, and it's going to be a real-time determination as to whether they take that or not. We were quite concerned that if they didn't get adequate sleep on these first 3 nights and then face that lunar surface activity period already fatigued, that they certainly would have to do this. So I think it'll be, I'd say it's probably an open question right now as to whether they are going to feel that they do need it and will feel that they need it. I think they're starting out, if they do as well tonight, they're going to start out fairly well rested.
Sorry, could you repeat the name of the sedative and tell us whether it's a very heavy sedative or not?
No, it's not a very heavy one. It's seconal, S-E-C-O-N-A-L, seconal, A-L, right, S-E-C-O-N-A-L, and it normally acts, it's a very rapid acting barbiturate, and it lasts for a period of around 4 hours.
Dr. Berry, could you mention that you might, if the astronauts got enough rest as they appear to have, you might take another look at those 4-hour rest periods. By that, do you mean that if they say that they want to go for their moonwalk earlier, you'll be happy to agree from a medical standpoint?
Well, I think if that again, I guess is something that isn't in the flight plan at the present time, as you all know. And if that came to be a real-time decision, if there was a request on their part to alter the flight plan, we would make a real-time medical decision based upon whether we thought they were rested enough to undertake that EVA at that time. And I can't tell you what that's going to be until we actually get past this next period and see them at that time on early Monday morning, I guess it is.
What happens to people who take seconol and immediately after waking up are exposed to bright lights? Is there any ophthalmological reaction?
No, we have not seen it in any of the people that we've tested. We've tested these people. We did them by having them take seconol just for a normal sleep period without any waking up, and then find out how they were the next day. We gave it to them on a second occasion in which we awoke them an hour after they were asleep and gave them a performance test. We
did the same thing again and woke them 4 hours after they were asleep and gave them a performance test, because that's the sort of situation you're going to be in on the lunar surface. They then had an opportunity to try the medication in the afternoon and find out whether we were convinced it did no harm to them and they could perform well. The one remaining question was, did it do anything for them? Did it actually put them to sleep when they needed to go to sleep? And they're fairly convinced of that too. So I think we're convinced that it would be a helpful thing. And the question is whether you need it or not.
Chuck, two questions you can answer very quickly and briefly. I get the strong impression, too, as the gentleman over there got, that perhaps you're giving us a signal that you really favor an early EVA and that we should look for it. Are you intending to give us such a signal?
No, I wasn't intending to give you that signal. I really wasn't. That's a mistaken signal.
Number two, you brought up the question of the President, so you allow yourself open to this question. Do you know how close the President will be to these astronauts? And two, is there any provision on the Hornet for him to appear in a big, so a moon bug might not bite him?
No, I don't think it's going to be necessary for him to appear in a big, and the present plans are that he will remain on the bridge until the astronauts are aboard the carrier and are inside the MQF, the mobile quarantine facility, and the first portion of the exam is over, as a matter of fact, which will be about 30 minutes, and then he would come down and see the crew at that time.
Mr. Kraft could comment on these television pictures that you had today. They seem to be the best you've ever had. And is there any particular reason for that? And do you see any applications for this for people like you, the controllers, in having a visual check of what's going on inside the spacecraft in addition to the other checks?
Yeah, I enjoyed the pictures tremendously today. I think there were about three things that really stuck in my mind. First thing being it's one thing to go through the various strainers and the Cecil and those functions and watch the crew actually removing the hatch, probe, drogue, and see it in that operation. And it's another thing to see it under zero-G. It gives you a pretty good idea of the crew task involved in opening and closing the tunnel, which you do quite frequently during the course of the mission. And I think from a standpoint of ground control, I think we got good feeling for that job. Secondly, I think we got a good feel for again, the crew mobility inside the LEM spacecraft and some of the perspectives they see as they approach their job, which I think, again, from our standpoint, will allow us to better visualize, again, their control task. Third, from a standpoint of application, I think the more we see TV, I think there is a good possibility of application, particularly as you saw that particular tool they brought out of the sack and they said, hey, what's this for? I think it would have been quite difficult for the crew to describe that. He'd say, well, it looked like a cigar tube and it's about so long and it's got this knob where when he held it up right there, one guy latched onto it and said, hey, I know what that is. So there's obviously an application there. It's several other possible applications, such things as two-way television. You could consider being in the position of uplinking that information to the crew. For instance, all the data we pass by voice. We're looking at such things as teleprinters right now as a possible application. And I think as we find continued maturity in this type of tool, I think that you're going to find the applications will be they'll be limited, but I think they'll also be sufficiently worthwhile to possibly aid or to cause further development of TV. The resolution is something fantastic.
I'm wondering whether there are any particular advantages in being able to see. I noticed one of them said to you, I think it was yesterday or today, check and see if we've got all the buses in the right positions. Now, is there any advantage in being able to see that in a display form without having to wait for a telemetry check on it?
Yeah, it I think would be useful, but again, you'd have to find a lens that could sufficiently encompass those areas of the spacecraft, or you'd have to have the capability of panning the camera, have it in some type of a mount that you could pan it. And I think the type of thing it would save would be a large number of queries to the spacecraft relative to their particular configuration at any time. I think it would cut down somewhat on the voice interchange, but again, that is not normally a problem. I wouldn't see a wide application of that nature.
You mentioned the possibility of having a two-way television link. Is this being seriously considered for another mission where the astronauts would be able to perhaps see pictures of their wives from a morale-raising point of view?
No, I believe that that'll probably be a next generation down the line before you try that type of a system, because I think the type system you'd be more interested in would be such a thing as a teleprinter where they actually have a hard copy of the information we want to transfer to them. There's a large amount of information we transfer over the air-to-ground paths that it takes time to give it up, and then the crew has to read it back down. They got to copy the stuff out, and you could really save an awful lot of time if you had some way to get it up there more rapidly.
Dr. Barry, does it do you any good to be able to see them rather than just hear their voices?
Yes, Moselle, it certainly does. It's, of course, the things that you tend to use as a physician are being able to talk to your patient and look at your patient. And you can get a great deal out of watching activity. You can certainly tell, for instance, in this motion sickness business, one of the things that we noted very early was that in two of the instances in flight where this was the case, you could tell on the TV right away that these individuals weren't moving. And it was pretty obvious that they weren't moving. And so there are things that you could do. We have not used it as a diagnostic tool specifically, but you could even look very closely. It's possible you could even look down someone's throat with this if you wanted to and say,
I'd like to know time of three events. The first one is intervehicular transfer of ordering from Lunar module to command service module. The second is commander's intervehicular transformer from Lunar module to command service module. And the third is the time when three astronauts went into Earth.
Okay, we don't quite log it that way. I can tell you the time that I had when we considered the initial crew transfer and when we considered the final IDT, or when we got Neil back into the command and service module. If you want to ask some other question, I'll look these up in the notes. Okay, I have, in fact, I'll cover right now, 5542. Buzz Aldrin in the LEM spacecraft. At 5536, they opened the hatch. So it was 5542 is when I clocked Buzz into the LEM. Just stand by, I'll give you the... Why don't you see if there's any other questions?
Okay, we got any others while we're waiting? Back here.
Dr. Barry, have you had anything, did you watch them this afternoon on the telecast?
Yes.
On EKGs since launch, have you had anything above baseline since then on any of the three of them?
Good question. You mean in rate, are you talking about? In heart rate?
Yeah.
No, I don't think we've had anything in, of course, the baseline varies depending on the activity that you're doing, and so their rates have been...
for their activity.
Yeah, no, a rate for a given activity, we haven't had anything that has been excessive. As a matter of fact, the rates are running very low. They're running very low right now.
Lower than an anticipated baseline?
No, they tend to run lower than what we have for a baseline here on the ground, and that we tend to see that, and that's what they are doing. They're running lower than their baselines on the ground.
Okay, and you're watching them this afternoon. How do they look to you?
I think they look like they're in great shape there this afternoon. I think that was a very if you had never seen any of their activity before on any of the other TV, I think that would be a tremendously reassuring thing to have seen them performing this afternoon.
I'll finish answering the second part of the question. Neil reported that they had completed their LEM work and were reinstalling the probe and drogue at roughly 5744. So that's when I consider the IDT back to the command and service module complete. Pardon?
Would you please repeat that time?
It was 57 hours and 44 minutes was when we considered the IDT had been completed back to the command and service module.
And
Okay, the third question, Doctor, was when did they go to sleep?
When did they go to sleep? It was about, one of them was about 61 hours and 23 minutes that, let me make sure now, I think that was 61 and 23 was Neil, right, was the commander. And then at 61 hours and 50 minutes was Buzz, the lunar module pilot. And we don't know for sure about Mike because he's been unplugged.
Come over here and get a couple of these. Going back to the television, why do you think the resolution this time is considerably better than it was last time? Is it the communications links, or have you fiddled with the camera, or are they using it better?
I guess it's a subjective evaluation. I saw both the 10 and 11 television. I don't think there's any significant difference from a standpoint of quality. It seemed that if anything, they, I believe, would tend to pan at a much slower rate, and they tend to stay fixed, which I think gives the apparent indication that it's of better quality. But that's the only comment I could make.
I'd like to ask both of you what you feel about the quality of the visual sightings on this mission. What appears in the transcripts to be some quite extraordinary definition with the human eye at very great distances of features on Earth.
Well, I think we've had that happen for a long time now. I don't think that it's unusual, anything that they've seen on this particular mission. We've had some things seen at fairly fantastic distances where there is no atmosphere, and amazingly enough, which has never been quite properly explained, we can see a lot of features on the Earth through the atmosphere. I mean, you have to be looking through the atmosphere if you're going to see the surface, of course, and they do see some amazing detail. The first time we got in an argument about this was back in the Mercury flight, Gordon Cooper, and he saw a great number of things, and people were sure he was hallucinating, and we could check on a bunch of these, it turned out, and they were indeed things that had been accurately seen. And so vision is a very peculiar thing, and it's not just the visual angle that you sub-10. It has a lot to do with what your brain does with this, too. And so I think that you can see a great many things from that distance and very accurately.
Actually, I think I've got two more comments to add on to this. One, these people are test pilots, and they're pretty trained observers, and I think they tend to pick detail out that many people would frequently miss. The second thing is, quite frequently, they'll be using the sextant or the optics in the spacecraft. You'll see them slew the optics around when they're looking at something. So I think quite frequently you'll hear some of their reports are really combined eyeball plus optical.
Two small technical things. Was there a report on the roll angle on the lens? And secondly, what was this discussion about the glycol loop all about?
Okay, two items. The roll angle was, I believe, 2.8 degrees. I'll find that somewhere in here. Let's ask. Here it is, plus 2.05 degrees, which is the docking index, and we use this number for providing a bias term when we compute the dock platform alignment. It's a very important number to us. It's also important to make sure during the process of alignment that it doesn't change, which you remember it did on the Apollo 10 mission. That's the first item. The second one is in the process of reviewing the various checklists. We always compare them against mission rules, many other things. And we felt that to gain, I'd say, an additional factor of confidence in the secondary coolant loop, we ought to flow that loop. This was an item that, as many things, you come up to the point of launch, there are many pros and cons in adding things in or taking them out of the checklist. This is one of the items that was in the debate stage at the time they closed out the checklist, and we continued to debate and felt that it would be worthwhile to get that test done prior to lunar orbit insertion.
During this afternoon's television, Dr. Berry, I think it was Buzz Aldrin was wearing what appeared to be sunglasses. Have any previous astronauts worn sunglasses, and what are the reasons?
Yes, they all have had sunglasses available, and they have worn them, and they wear them particularly if they're doing tracking tasks and things of this sort. They've worn them frequently. I was sort of surprised to see Buzz with those on inside the limb, as a matter of fact, this afternoon, but I suspect that he had that because he thought the lighting, he was opening that window and he was getting a fair amount of light through that window and had them on at that time. At the time I noticed it most prominently.
Get this one back here and come over here.
Gene, is there anything more come in yet on the continuing story of Lunar 15?
Not to my knowledge, I believe Mr. Kraft and Frank Borman said everything that was necessary to say today.
You've had no more communications from Moscow?
Not to my knowledge. Like I say, this is not something that's an integral part of the Apollo 11 mission, which is where I think we've got all of our efforts directed towards right now.
Chuck, back in the sunglasses, are these standard or variable density or what?
Yeah, they're a neutral density filter.
Not variable.
Pardon?
Not variable.
Not variable.
Not variable. No.
Okay.
No. They're like an N15, a neutral density filter with a 15% transmission.
Has there been any indication from the astronauts that they're interested in an early EVA?
No, sir.
Only in the press.
I might add that, yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
To run a quadruple. Okay, can I get an amber light check if we have everybody up on the loop, please? Attitude. What? I'd like to start off the briefing today with the FIDO and find out the status of the tracking and what goes on there, what has gone on, and what he has to do to make up his mind about mid-course 4 and where he stands now. Could you go into that for us, please? Who's on, Jay?
Yeah. Yesterday we were running probably about 65 miles on the closest approach without a mid-course. Today we're down to 62.9 on our last update. So what we're tending towards is no mid-course 4 at this time. We have had
what is it now? 62.9?
Right.
By now, is this a decent batch of data after you had this perturbation a couple hours ago?
Negative. We're expecting an update in about 45 minutes to an hour.
What is it based on? Previous to that perturbation?
Affirmative.
Okay. Now, this closest approach number is such that we can take all of the error out and end up with a nominal post-LOI-1 orbit, which is what, by the way?
We're looking at 61.5 by 170 right now.
That's the nominal. Is that right?
Let me say that's an adjusted nominal. And that tries to take into account guaranteeing yourself good position to do the LOI-2 into that special orbit.
What are the LOI-2 targets, Jay?
Okay, the LOI-2 targets are about a 54 by 66.
Okay.
And that's the way it works out. We have a vector from MPAD that we try and match.
Okay.
We have done it on all the nights of the ship, and it's looking real good.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control.
Now, when will you have this new batch in?
63 hours, 29 minutes ground elapsed time.
Okay, so at about 64 and a half
hours remaining in the Apollo 11
on mid-course 4, and then you'll estimate it again, right?
That's a
crew apparently soundly asleep at this time.
Rest period got started probably just a little bit late tonight.
Now 29,716 nautical miles
set
out
up the
from the
PTC
moon.
again, so
velocity
make up our mind about deleting that.
3,796 feet per second.
A certain time that the FAO will pick. I'll wake them up if they're not up by that time.
Black Team Flight
Is there anything else
Director
we need to know down there?
Glenn Lenny
No, I think
going around the room
in an hour we should
discussing
have a
with
pretty
the
good start,
various
and then
flight control
what happens
positions
from there on in through the night.
situation for the sleep shift. Talking now to Flight Dynamics officer on the pros and cons of doing or not doing mid-course correction. Burn number 4.
Essentially what we're looking at is the ability to take out any correction you have with LOI without hampering
And at 63 hours, 30 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
Approaches at 65 miles, and there's no problem. So I would say we're in pretty good shape.
Okay.
Okay. Is that all, Jay?
Yeah, that's about it, Glenn.
Would you come back to me when you get that batch in?
Wilco.
Okay, Retro, would you review for us the time options we have?
Raj, right now we have a flyby on, which is very small. It's pad, this is very small delta V, like 8 feet per second, and it still looks good. We got a PC plus 2 we're looking at, which lands in 120 hours elapsed. It's about 3,400 feet per second. And we're within about 9 feet per second of free return right now with a maneuver time at 90 hours and landing at about 145 in the Pacific.
Wait a minute, 9 feet per second of free return?
Yeah, at about 95 hours. Well, it's 7 feet per second at 95 hours, I'm sorry.
7 feet per second at 95, that gives us a GET splash of what?
145.
That's our free return splash, okay.
Yes, sir. It's about 168 degrees west, which is very close to the Pacific.
Okay.
And we're going to, that's as far as the abort stuff goes, is we're going to be getting the 15-minute abort charts for LOI computed during the latter part of this shift. And we'll see if we need to update those sometime around that mid-course 4 time.
Okay. What does it take us to turn back without going around the moon now, for everybody's information?
We're committed.
Okay.
We don't have enough delta V.
Docked or undocked, either way?
Either way. Undocked, we just don't have it.
Yeah, we're committed to going around.
That's firm.
Anything else, Chuck?
The quickest we can come back is to the Atlantic at 111 hours. And that's 6,000 feet per second at 7750.
How much, 6,000?
Yes, sir, 6,000 feet per second. And that's, of course, that's be an undocked burn.
Yep.
Okay.
Quickest return possible right now.
That's firm.
Okay.
I think that's all.
Everybody got that? Okay, let me go over to guidance. Guidance?
Okay, if we don't do mid-course 4, we were supposed to make a state vector and a landing site rest mat at about 70 hours.
For the mid-course 4. You do it with that alignment.
That's fine. Okay, if we delete it, we would like to do a P52 option 3 back to the PTC rest mat for a drift check prior to uplinking the landing site rest mat, and we can do that at about any time up to about 73 hours.
Does that jibe with FAO, your proposed flight plan update?
All right, we have it up there at 73 hours.
Okay, that's essentially what the FAO proposed, Will.
Right.
So we give you the check prior to LOI, and then you would uplink them to landing site rest mat.
Right. But we want a drift check prior to the landing site rest mat update.
Okay. Now, do you have any open problems that you're working in your area?
Negative.
You know we've updated their horizon calibration?
Roger. From 24 to 35 kilometers.
Okay, if you don't have anything else, we'll move on. GNC?
Flight, we're showing no open items here. we can, not at this point, explain why PTC number 1 didn't work. Everything was within our criteria, but just didn't do it.
Well, I think we better carry that as an open item then. Okay? And I'd like to review with you when we get finished this briefing what it is we considered giving us that. Okay? To see if there's anything maybe that happened that we didn't consider, you in conjunction with the land.
Okay.
I have a story up here, a written story on the chamber pressure. Did you get that?
Raj.
I would think that probably the best thing to do with the way the time is going to be tomorrow is the green team knows about this, don't they?
They were the one that generated it.
Okay, I think we ought to let them discuss it with the crew then.
Raj.
Tomorrow. Have you gone over the LOI stuff? The crew, cue cards, etc.?
Not in light of chamber pressure we have with regards to the others, though.
All the others, the cue cards are go then, right?
Right.
Why don't you show them to me sometime tonight also? I'd like to see what they look like compared to 10.
Okay.
Anything else? How are we doing on RCS tonight?
They're still digging into the deltas from 10, but total we're probably about 49 down from the flight plan, 11 flight plan.
Okay, and you're looking into how that compares with 10.
Right.
Okay. Okay, and I'll talk to you some more about this PTC thing. Seems to me we ought to make a list of the things that we considered causing it and how we rule them out. And if it ends up saying we don't know what caused it, okay, but it seems we got to go through that one more time.
Okay.
Ecom, how about you?
Let's see. They're pretty clean. We had a little funny earlier during the cryostir. The last cryostir, I didn't write the time down on that. The O2 flows. The O2 flows through the fuel cells dropped for some funny reason during the cryostir, and first indication that we got was that it might have been due to the temperature effect on the flow transducers, but this was 180 degrees to what we got from Apollo 10.
When you stirred them, did the pressure drop?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you expect the flow to drop a little bit then, wouldn't you?
No, I'm not too sure about that. This is the flow to the fuel cells.
Yeah.
The pressure drops in the tank. I'm not so sure that the flow should have been affected. Anyway, I haven't gone back and looked over the history on that to see how serious it was yet.
All fuel cell flow rates drop.
Yeah, it dropped a little bit.
How much?
I don't have the absolute value, Glenn. I'll go get that. Got that as an open item here for myself.
Okay.
Fuel cell 2 still with us. Hiccuping.
Same level as before.
That's affirmative.
Now, for everybody's benefit also, the span people or somebody's gone back and we've seen, why don't you summarize what we've seen on the previous flights in the fuel cell TCE area?
Well, we've seen the same little burp about every 5-6 minutes.
But it's a burp of a couple of degrees and then it tails on down and kicks back up again.
Generally, grossly speaking, it's about the same characteristic periodic burp, and we've had that at least on one fuel cell on every mission. So it looks something that's kind of characteristic to the loop. Maybe we're just lucky that we only get it on one cell.
So on every manned flight, we've had it on at least one cell, never on two.
That's affirmative. Okay, and let me see. It appears that area VCS, with the O2 flow transducer being bad, if I may, work is going on now to see the effects on the crew procedures with respect to PGA checks, malfunction procedures, etc. And John Aaron's in the back span working it now. During the LEM repress, last LEM repress, we did peg the meter apparently, and the best we can tell, of course, we probably overpegged it. We had a flow about 8 pounds an hour. So what we're thinking now is that to peg the flow meter takes about 4 pounds an hour in its present state. 5 pounds an hour. Let me correct that, Glenn. We figure about 5 pounds an hour, vice 3 normally. Okay, so we're starting to bound it. The area cryo, probably need a O2 rebalance after crew wakes up sometime. No hurry on that. About 3 or 4% now. We're in pretty good shape. See, of course, we'll get a better hack at it after they start. Remove any stratification effects. Let me see, I guess the significant item you probably have in your notes is that in the area of redundant component checking before LOI, decision was made to not just do a loop leak check by taking the secondary rads out of bypass, but to actually flow the loop. Turn the pumps on and flow the loop. And there'll be no evaporator, no boiling during the check. Just flow the loop, and we'll look at the temps and see if we actually got flow. And the only configuration problem I got now, or deviation, is that apparently I'm sure the probe is back in place, and the probe temperature is reading off scale, which means that they didn't hook up the probe umbilical to give us the instrumentation readout on it. And that's no big deal. Okay. Let me see. We dumped.
You can still activate the probe, though.
Oh yeah, this is just the instrumentation readout.
Okay.
Let me see. We dumped wastewater to 0 today.
Yeah.
So the next dump, we're in great shape because we're not going to boil, when we go in. So we'll pick some time that's convenient behind the moon to dump. We got plenty of time to plan that.
Okay.
And that's all I got. But I guess the biggest open item is the crew procedures, O2 flow transfers.
Okay, the other item I want you to be engaged in some size is business of the PTC being upset, and
yeah, I'm sorry, Glenn. Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I'm prepared to alert.
I want GNC to lead that effort, but he'll need your help.
Oh yeah, I intend to alert him when we see a urine dump going or something like that.
No. I'm talking about the upsetting of the PTC which occurred prior to this sleep shift.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
We're already contacting his people in the back room for that type of information.
Okay, do you understand what happened there, Si?
Yeah, I'm with you now. We were dumping the wastewater, and we had some urine dumps going on there and all that earlier.
Well, that's what we want to find out. It's not clear what upset the PTC.
Okay, I'm up now. Fine.
Okay. Okay, everything else is looking by the books for you, right?
That's right.
Consumables are all Fat City?
That's right. We could lose the fat charger, as you can see there, and we got double the amp hours we need.
And we're good on 73 amp almost. We're good on...
yeah, we're creeping up on it.
Yeah. By the end of the shift, we ought to just kind of about make it, huh?
I hope so.
Okay.
It depends on our usage. We got to pick up quite a bit toward the end of the shift.
Okay. Okay, let me hop back over there and pick up control. Control?
Yes, Flight. We have no open items as such.
There was no telemetry today for you, was there?
Negative.
Okay.
The landing radar question, the antenna position, I think has been resolved.
How did that turn out?
And I think they're going to leave it the way the checklist has it at this time.
Which is 121?
Roger. With a software workaround in case they do have problems with it.
Okay.
The checklists have been reviewed. There was no significant comments that you're not aware of. Any of those.
Okay, but do we have any open yet with the crew? I've heard a number of discussions, but out of all that, I don't have in my mind anything where you're supposed to radio up to the men. Is there any such thing?
Not that I'm aware of. There was the one last night that John gave you, or I guess you weren't on.
Subject of the crossfeeds?
Negative. This was the subject of the PQ and PQGS circuit breaker.
Yeah, but we agreed if we have a problem, we'll ask them to punch it in.
Roger. I don't see any change as such. There is one span input here I'm looking at, which says that there may be a fracture mechanics problem after the LEM has left after the ascent. They're worried about maybe the descent stage and having them vent right prior to the remaining oxygen fuel right prior to ascent. However, I don't...
Vent what, the descent tanks?
The remaining descent tank, the remaining columns in the descent tanks, yes. And I don't believe we have a position on this yet, Clyde.
Okay, that's sort of open then, huh?
Roger. That would be a change to the...
That'd be a second vent.
Second vent, yes. There's some concern here that once the temperature gets high enough after, I guess it'll take a couple days, 250 degrees or something like that, that the tanks may explode.
All right, I'll let them worry about that. Dick, what I want to get from you guys at some point here is a list of all the checklists which have been reviewed and almost, if you can, by whom, and sort of a certification that you're satisfied with them all.
All right.
Anything else?
That's all fine.
How about the raceable memory quantities for the landing radar antenna? Has that been resolved yet?
As I understand, that was resolved yesterday. They plan to load in the nominal values, nominal numbers.
I thought that's what was in there.
Negative. The numbers that are in there now, Flight, are deltas from the nominals, which were measured at the Cape, I understand, and they loaded them in with the wrong sign. So we've really got an error of 2 delta in there now. And the suggested fix that I have in my notes here says that they're going to load back in the nominal values.
Did you copy all that?
That's fine, Flight. I've got the numbers, and I think it's already put in the flight plan to uplink them at 99 hours.
99 hours, GT, uplink. Okay, that's during the activation. Okay, everybody happy? Smiles over here on my right. Halloween Killowee. Laugh in. Okay. Anything else, Dick?
No. There was some concern on the AGS compensation values also. These seem to have been loaded also into the values that in the flight plan at this time have the wrong sign. So there was some point of confusion with the crew on this. If they should look at the compensation for the Y and Z PIPAs, and if they did not agree with what's in the checklist, they may have been due to the difference in sign that's in their checklist.
The comp numbers have the wrong sign in the checklist. Right. Is that going to be corrected? We're going to radio that up to them?
I believe this was true. I believe Capcom, Charlie Duke had this changed, did he not, in his checklist? Or in his, yeah.
He was making some changes to the checklist. I don't see it as having already gone up, though.
No, I'm sure it has. As a matter of fact,
resolving this, and
I don't think we want to get too far ahead on them.
Yeah, right.
But I don't want to drop it either. Ron, would you write that down and be sure that if it needs to be done, that we do it? Not we do it, but that somebody does it.
Roger, got it.
Okay, Control, you keep saying no, there aren't any more, but any more?
No, Flight.
Okay. Chuck-Con?
We have no open items, if I can say fine.
Okay.
Other than this checklist thing, if you want it.
Okay, so you're going to work this checklist verification. Give me a list of what all you've done there.
Affirmative.
Okay, and no open items with you at all, right?
It's affirmative.
All the currents look good to you, to your ship?
Raj.
anything come out of the entrance, the ingress to the limb today in your area?
I don't see anything. Everything seems to be real good. They said the TV was fine, so we're happy.
Did they turn on some O2? And did they activate anything in your area?
They normally have an activation where they activate the automatic cabin refresh capability and they enable the water such that they could drink or do something of that nature. And then they
not cool.
No.
Okay. I heard somebody, Gene mention the water, and I thought that they hadn't activated the sublimator, but it was just a drink.
Yes.
O2 for auto repress also. Okay.
But they didn't use any.
Right. Leak rates look good in your ship from the cabin, Delta P limb cabin.
Right, very good.
Okay. What are they?
Well, it's less than 1/10 of a pound an hour, somewhere around probably .07 or something of that nature.
Okay. You mean 1/10 of a PSI or 1/10 of a pound?
1/10 of a pound.
Okay. Okay, Jack.
Right.
Ron, do you have anything for us?
No, I'm clear.
Okay. Surgeon?
Go ahead, Flame.
You go ahead.
Okay, they're powered down and on standby.
Okay.
Everything's good.
And they all kind of got to sleep about 62 hours or thereabouts. Is that
right? Yeah. They went to sleep a lot later than I thought they did. Listening to radio coming in, I thought they were asleep earlier. But now they're quiet. Their metabolic rates are low, and I'm sure they're sleeping.
Okay. Okay, and you copied our conversation. If we don't have to do this mid-course for, which it doesn't look like, we're going to give them an extra hour or two.
Right.
No medication again today, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay, OMP, anything?
No problem, Flight.
AFD?
Nothing, Flight.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
Let me correct something I think I told you in error about that probe. I just consulted the checklist. The probe is in the tunnel. It's just stowed. So the probe umbilicals do not have to be hooked up. And of course, without the probe umbilicals hooked up, it can't be used. It's just stowed up there.
Okay, so it's not configured to be active right now.
Configured just to be stowed.
Is that the configuration for LOI? That doesn't sound right.
Sure.
Sorry.
See, let me check that.
Ron, that doesn't sound right to me. How are you? Capcom?
Wouldn't make any difference whether your umbilicals are hooked up to stow the thing. You got to stick it back in there.
It has to be mounted so that it's...
Yeah. That's the only way you can stow it in there is to mount it.
Yeah, it's mounted as if it was
mechanically in there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Mechanically properly in there. It's just not electrically hooked up. Just one step that, that they don't have to do now to go through into the limb.
Okay, but not being electrically hooked up means you can't retract it.
Right.
So, but you can, it is mechanically fixed in there, so it's not loose.
That's affirmative, Flight. Best place to stow is in the tunnel.
Okay, but stow is the wrong word to me because that implies kind of laying in there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. As opposed to being mechanically in there properly, so it's, and stall is the right word. Okay. FAO?
Okay, fine. We can still sleep a couple hours late and do the things you have on your flight plan update. And we have this solar corona thing on my desk. I don't know what the status of that is.
I think that's a very tentative thing.
Okay.
Still sleep. We could sleep assuming we don't do the mid-course until what, GET?
71 hours.
Okay.
That would give us 2 hours extra.
Okay. And the timeline is then as we have it?
Right. couple of P-52s.
PTC and then a P-52 to the landing site rest mat.
PTC rest mat into the landing site rest
Excuse
mat.
me. Okay. And everything else about the timeline.
Right.
Okay. How about you, network? Anything?
No, Flight, we're in good shape on a network. We're running a test right now to see how good we can expect the parks data to be.
What are you running a test on?
We're looking at the threshold of loss of high bit rate telemetry here at, we ran it with first the 210 out at Goldstone, and right now we're working with Honeysuckle, and in a little bit we'll be going to the parks data.
But tell me again, what conclusion will you draw? Yes?
What the threshold we can expect to lose data at parks.
Okay. What signal strength?
Yes.
Would you let me know the result? What did you learn at Goldstone?
Well, what we're doing is a comparison here, Flight.
Well, okay, you compare it, but what absolute conclusion can I draw about the Lima Omnis? You can tell me at what signal strength I'll lose the Lima Omnis. High bit rate.
Well, we can tell you at what received signal strength we will lose data on the ground.
Okay.
That's affirmative.
And from Apollo 10, we ought to be able to tell the signal strength on the Omnis. Right, Telcon?
That's affirmative. I think the purpose of this thing is to also to verify whether you're not, what signal strength you're going to have on lunar surface in FM. Is that also correct, network?
He's cutting on another loop.
Yeah, that's my understanding. They are taking the CSM PM downlink through the park's FM receiver and comparing that to the 85s with the PM receiver, and they should be equivalent.
Okay. Tell me again, then, when I'll know how good the TV is going to be from the moon. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that's what I'm going to learn, not Lima Omnis for descent. I'm going to learn how good the TV and plus data will be from the moon. Is that right?
If there is sufficient signal strength to expect that to come back, yes.
Okay, and when will you have some conclusions on this?
I guess that's up to network.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
The test will be completed about 68 hours, Flight.
So when will you have some conclusions? At that time? He's listening to somebody. GNC flight? GNC flight?
Go ahead, Flight.
What did that PTC just do?
Flight, we're discussing that right now. It went in the loop nicely and came out all right, but we're trying to associate with data problems at this time.
Okay, now, I want you to maintain this plot here for a while tonight, not drop it after 3 hours. I assume you're going to do that. Is that right?
We can do that. We haven't planned on it.
I think you ought to, since the last time out we had a problem with it, and that we don't understand.
Okay, let me send my one here a second.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go.
Yeah, we should have the results of this test at about the time we're finished running it at 68 hours. And we're playing back the TV from this afternoon. It's on the line now.
It is?
Yes, the out of 4 will be up in probably about 20 minutes. They have a little problem with it.
How about these televisions?
It's on the TV sets and it's on channel 51.
What loop is the voice on?
212, 111, and 422, station director. It'll be up in a minute.
Okay. Okay, does anybody have anything else? Span, do you have anything you want to bring to the attention of the room that we haven't covered here? Econ, would you check Span, see if they got anything? Roger, Flight.
Flight, guys.
Go ahead.
I got one thing. RTCC has the wrong starting address for the LIM preferred rest mat. And This doesn't really bother us, except we do have to do a line-by-line correction to get it right before we send to verse 33.
Okay. So, for which rest mode is this?
The LGC preferred.
When will you use that when we uplink that?
When we update the landing site ResMat or any ResMat we update to the LIM.
So any ResMat update to the LIM, you got to do a line-by-line on the starting address.
Well, that's only for preferred, and that's the one we usually uplink to. If we uplink to actual, we don't have to do anything. But we normally uplink to the preferred location and then let the crew move it over to actual.
Okay. So, you do it every time